Industrious Ant, there is no sheet music for that. You just take the filter cutoff knob and go woo, 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 woo with it. That's it. That's how you do that.
Never fear. Tech Talk is here. Do not pine for the end of line.
Well, we thank you for the 100 bits. All right. We're here again. So here's the deal. FedEx is holding my package hostage, it seems, and I still don't have caps for the deck rider. So I really, really do not want to go to the office, reassemble the deck rider, and then start another project just to have to end that and then go back to the deck rider when we get the capacitors. So we're going to do some software development today because I need to do this at some point anyway, and this is probably more along the lines of what you guys wanted to see yesterday with the Extron stuff anyway. So let me go over what all is over here. The mic is not really going to follow me that well, so we're just going to see if the expander can do its job. Also, I have a fan on down here because it's going to get hot in here with all of the hardware that's going to be running. So anyway, this is an Extron DVS. Or not a DVS. This is an Extron IN1606. This is an Extron DVS 510. And this is the Extron Crosspoint 300. Over here is a RetroTink4K. Now, the Super Nintendo there, the SNES Junior, which is the one that we S-video modded, is currently running.
Subscribe for 43 months. And says beginning line no, end of line no. Beginning of line no. End of line.
Lanesy, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 43 months. I appreciate that. So all of that is over there and connected. Specifically, though, it is connected to network and serial ports. We can control every single piece of hardware over there from the computer that I'm currently sitting at. Now, there's a couple of ways that I can demonstrate this, but this gets a little complicated. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch you over to this, okay? That is video capture. Okay, so that is the Extron, not the Extron, that is the RetroTink4K. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit, and I'm going to run, I can't run that. I can run, oh wait, this is actually, okay. Two things here. It's two questions. One, Does anyone know a way of using a device ID in OBS for cameras? Because I swear every single time I start it, it's like a dice roll whether or not it's going to use this webcam for that source or the GoPro back there. Because they're both UVC USB cameras, and it's driving me crazy. I tried looking into the Dev V4L slash path earlier today. It just makes OBS show a black screen. I actually had to reboot the computer because OBS tried to do something wonky with it, and it was just weird. So anyway, that's a question. Second question, I'm going to run QtCom here. All right. And then QtCom does this really cool thing where when you look at the USB devices, it shows you like what driver or whatever it's using. I'm not exactly sure. There's some kind of ID, which includes the SD to SNES here, which is really slick that shows up like that. But all of the other ones are kind of weird. So the prolific one is the only one that I definitely know is going to the cross point. And then this one, USB UART, I believe that is the RetroTink. So I think the one here, FIFO, is what is that? Hold on. SD to SNES, Crosspoint, RetroTink. What is that? It's definitely part of that stuff because it all goes away when I shut off everything over there. For all FTDI chips, you can set a custom serial number. All right. But how does, is there like a Linux command that I can run to see these things? Because, to get this driver information? Because right now I'm just using QtCom to look this up so that I can see what the paths are. Or what each path relates to. So. The only thing I come up with using UDEV gives stable device paths to specific video devices. Maybe I should look into that, yeah. Is there more to programming remote than what I did when I changed the cable TV box? I'm going to have to look up the codes in the pamphlet. There's a little tiny bit more. You'll see once I start up the RetroTink thing. Unplugging everything, starting the computer, waiting for everything, connecting everything in specific order. Yeah, so I don't want to do that. I just have a single USB hub over there that I power. Everything kind of stays in the same order. Like, I bet if I run this RT4K-S dev USB TTY. I bet it's two. And I don't even have to like double check. Okay, so check this out here. Boop. All right. So what I have developed is a web interface that is just the remote for the RetroTink 4K here. So you can scroll up and down, you can click buttons. So one of the things I can do, I can open the menu. So with the menu open, Office is looking very at homey again. Yeah, they still haven't delivered my capacitors, and now there's no actual delivery date, which is just great. So one of the things I can do here is I can switch profiles. So we're currently on the Nintendo 64 profile. If I click profile 1 here, then it changes over to my Super Nintendo profile. But you'll notice we still aren't seeing the Super Nintendo despite it being on. That's because the crosspoint probably isn't routing that video, although I thought it should be, which is confusing. So what we're going to do is run Minicom on the prolific adapter, which is USB 0. Yep. Dev TTY USB 0. Okay, can't open dev modem. That's fair. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this. Let's do dash capital D. See, number pad that goes 12 to 12 and no 0. You mean on the front of the Extron? Yeah, it doesn't have a oh, you mean this. So this isn't, you don't type in arbitrary numbers. This is only for selecting profiles. And there are technically more profiles than this. The other ones are just only available through serial commands. By the way, this is the software I wrote. It fully maps out literally everything this can do. It's I don't want to, like toot my own horn, but it's awesome to be able to have this. So anyway, this works over, so the RetroTink 4K gets power over USB-C, and then the serial port is just also exposed over USB-C. So I have a high power USB hub that I have it plugged into. This isn't even currently using the OEM cable that it comes with for this. So, all right, let's get some video routed. So 1 star 2 exclamation point, boom, there we have video. Let me grab the controller. And there we are. So we can see SNES video, and we switched all of that remotely. So one thing I can do here, and I will show you this real quick, if I do this is a more recent addition here, but down at the bottom, there is a Kensington Mac power center. It only has 3 switches, which is perfect because I have here a SNES, a Nintendo 64, and a Sega Dreamcast. So I can go over here, press a single button, and now the Nintendo 64 is on in the upper right. So if I go back here, we can go over to the software, and then I can do 2-2 star, and by dash I mean asterisk, and then I can apply the Nintendo 64 profile. So I think you can start to see how this is going to work. Now there are a couple of other options here that I am not showing yet that relate to the other Extron devices, which you might be wondering why even exist. So let me just fire these up really quick. So the other 2 Extrons use web interfaces. So these are a lot easier to control. And these are both also routed through the same setup. Technically, the RetroTink goes in parallel. So if I switch over to this, we're going to switch to the Extron DVS510, and then I can go over here. And in theory, this is going to be that. So what I need to do is I need to route 2 to 3, send that, and then there we go. That is the DVS 510 with the Nintendo 64 routed. Back in my day, we had Hungster F connectors and we liked it. Yeah. We're making one of those Logitech Harmony controllers? Yeah, kinda. Famed Trinitron from the other week? Yes, but it's still working just fine. I don't know what its deal is. I cracked it open. I looked at everything with the thermal camera. It all looks fine. There's like 1 capacitor on, I think, the audio board that looks like it could get hot because it's right next to a heat dissipating resistor. I don't understand what's going on with that. Actually, there is something to that we might look into. So if I do this, okay. I have a different HDMI switch up here that I'm using for that stuff. Do I have to do this again? No, it's this one. Phone camera. There we go. Okay. Down deep behind the camcorder bag back there, there's actually a modern S-Video to RF modulator, and I kind of hate it. I think it's really bad. So I have a JVC SVHS player right here that you'll see I have helpfully marked as eats tape. So I don't really want to use that to play SVHS, but I think using it as an RF modulator would be perfect. And that's probably the only way I'm going to get an S-Video in RF modulator. So I would like to probably swap that out at some point today. Now, the reason I mention that after the CRT is because I'm wondering if maybe the CRT had a horizontal collapse after my other RF modulator sent it some kind of bad video signal because it's old. So 50 cool points in and out, sure, yeah. Have you thought about recording the blink pulses in case you lose the remote? What remote? You mean this one? It's right here? Well, I could just download this remote again from GitHub, so I'm not too worried about that. Not familiar with JVC Eats Tape SVHS, yeah. Now my Extron remote is a little Python thing using TK enter to draw window with 4 buttons for the 4 inputs. Yeah, so this is we do the Firefox Inspector thing on this. It is a bunch of where's the DOM inspector? Here we go. It's a bajillion nested divs, or not nested, but they're over the buttons here like this. So the one thing, the Extron technically, or not the Extron, the RetroTank has two power commands, one for off, one for on, and I have them mapped to the top half for on, the bottom half for off, or you can launch it in such a way that you can just press either one and then it will toggle, which is a little weird. Anyway, Orf modulator could be good. A lot of advancements and op amps in the last 30 years. Modern? No, the modern one is the worst one. That's what I'm saying. The modern one sucks. I can show you what's wrong with it. Hold on. Let me route. Let's go 1 to 1. Boom. There we are. Okay. So now I have to push a manual button like some kind of caveman to switch the HDMI sources like this. Okay. So ignore the part where the blue is exploding in color here. But if I grab the controller, go to Tools, 240p Test Suite, and then I run that, video tests, and we do the want test patterns geometry. That's it. Grid. Sure, whatever. It doesn't matter. This is not correct. I don't know how to explain this. That looks fine, but I swear it's not. Overscan. I swear it's worse. Is I adjusted it? I don't think I've adjusted it. I don't think I can change the horizontal size. So I swear no, I can't. I swear it's not as good. Let me try one of the horizontal lines thing. There we go. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this looks worse. I don't know. Apparently, I can't demonstrate this, but I want to try the other one because I think what this is doing is I think the modern one has too much or too little front porch and back porch. I think it's changing the width of the signal, and I don't like it. It looks terrible. I also swear in some instances I've seen it add like lines. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can see it right now. Even I don't. Let me see if I can figure out a way of showing it. Scroll test. No, I want the. Where is it? Grid scroll test. So if I do this, will that show it? Not really. Hmm. Hold on. Let's try Nintendo 64. That might do it. Okay. One. No. X. Hold on. 2 star 1 exclamation point. Okay. Let's just go plain Jane Mario 64. So nothing weird. Yeah. Okay. So, oh my gosh. I can see it. I don't know if I'm going to get that to show up on camera. It's like there are some horizontal lines that are just dimmer, or maybe it's skipping them. Like, I almost wonder if it's doing this digitally. I can see some vertical lines too. It's I don't understand how it's like this. I think the Nintendo 64 shows it more with the actually I think I can yeah, I can show with this tree. Okay, hold on. Let me put Mario facing go back a little bit. Yeah, I can definitely show with this tree. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me zoom the camera in. Yeah, that's too zoomed. All right. You know, you really just need to do, yeah, 60 hertz. Okay. So it's higher up. Come on. Show it. There we go. So this is too zoomed in. I don't know if I can show it. 3. Mario, we got. Okay. It's it's right here. It like I don't think I can show it to you. Oh well, I give up. Um yeah, the RT4K has serial, but this is a CRT, so that's different.
They've subscribed for 40 months, currently on a 40-month
Also, the
streak,
bleed is worse.
and says end of line. End of line.
Cart1443, thank you for the 40 months of tier or prime sub there. I appreciate that. Anyway. Yeah, there's worse bleed with this one for sure. So the color signal is not as good. You can see the hat bleeding off to the right. Actually, so the dark edge here and then it bleeding over there is because there's actually a whole chroma shift. So the chroma signal is offset. It's delayed by the luma signal. You can see the same thing on the shoes as well. The left side is a lot darker than the right side. You can kind of see the same thing on the tree, although the tree is just shaded that way. Oh, that's cool. I wonder what that is. I don't like that. Don't don't. You know what? Let's just go back to video capture. Let's just do some nice simple video capture. All right. Missed all the camera feed. Thought you were flipping us off. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think that covers roughly what I want to accomplish here. Oh, yeah. You can see with the retro tint capture, it's nearly perfect. It's not completely perfect, but I have heavily dialed this in. This may not even be the N64 profile. Here, let me double check. Dude, connect, controller. Come on. Oh my gosh, it's trying to drive me crazy. Every now and then I find that this happens. I have to unplug the wireless receiver dongle and then plug it back in. And that has a chance to brown out the CPU on the console. There we go. And it did. Oh, it super killed it too. I think I need to recap all the power supplies on my N64s. And by the on the N64s, I mean in the external thing. Anyway, I just want to show you the lack of color bleed in the actual video signal here really quick. Hello. So that shows it there. But I just want to get into the same exact test area so you can see what I'm talking about with color bleed. There we go. So you can see that there is no dark shade on the, for your angle, left side of Mario's hat, and the right side, it's not bleeding off. So, because I have, you can actually, in the Extron settings, you can go into the advanced settings, and then the SDP decoder, and then you can actually adjust the chroma shift, which I have adjusted. So if I just for giggles adjust this off, that's kind of what the other RF modulator is doing. So it's not not correct. It's not off that bad. It's more about that much, but that's still pretty bad. So yeah, as long as you can tweak that kind of thing. This is, by the way, why I really, really like the retro tank. It looks like I actually need to have this be -3, not, I'll go ahead and update my profile for that. Although that could change for... You know what, I'll just leave it as is. We'll just assume that we need that for right now. But yeah, so that's the kind of thing that we can tweak here. Anyway, let's get into what we actually want to do. So we have the web interface, we have the serial interface, and then we have the other serial interface. I want to merge all of these together and make a UI kind of similar to this with buttons, where I can just click one button and have all sources switch to that. So I can use this to configure things, but if I want to, say, have the Super Nintendo go to the retro tank, I would do 1 asterisk 2 exclamation point. And then if I want to have the N64 go to the television, I can do that by doing 2 asterisk 1 exclamation point. So output 1 is the TV, input 2 is the N64. Basically, I want to make this a lot less stupid to use. Now, I know there's a way of remote controlling these over the web, but I don't know how to do it. Building a salvo system? I don't know what that is. So, unfortunately, yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm just going to put this down here in the lower right as we work on everything else, because that'll be our output example. I'm going to go ahead and leave just the SNES on. I think I'm going to turn the N64 off for now, because that uses a lot more power. Salvos are 1-button mini commands. Oh yes, okay. So yeah, that is what I want to do. Because I have not only the retro tank doing this stuff, but in parallel, I also have the Extron DVS 510, which I want to be able to switch between, which has its own issues. I need to set input 1 to output 3. And then, wow, that's like crazy. I don't think I've ever had the DVS 510 sync twice in a row. So yeah, I want to have all this stuff just work. So let's see what we can do. I'm going to have to figure out what the API is for the Extron web stuff. So let's see here. I've already created a folder where we're going to do this. And then the other thing I want to look up is how you do a Git sub module. If you hate yourself, do web serial. I don't know what that is in this case, but we're just going to do, I don't know, like SIS commands or something with this. We'll see. You know what, really quick, let me just bring up actually, let me look up a different thing first. Git add sub module. Submodules. So I wrote this software, the remote for the RetroTank 4K, in such a way, that I should be able to import it into something else and just use the commands directly. So we have or did I? Maybe I didn't do a great job of that. Well, we'll modify this to do that as we need. But I want this to be a sub-module of the other one. Web serial isn't supported in Firefox. Okay, well then we're definitely not doing that. But I want this to be a sub-module, so I want to figure out how to add that. I should do a one of them git inits here first. Git init. Okay. Okay, git submodule add cloning into, oh, so that just goes into a subfolder. Okay, I genuinely don't understand what web serial would gain me here. I'm just gonna use like Ajax to send commands because I'm pretty sure we can do that. We'll look this up in the manuals in a moment. I just want to make sure I understand this first. Okay, so GitHub. I'm logged in here because nothing else likes me with I don't know. This is the only place I just stay logged in. Okay. Let's grab this, because I don't think we want that to be going back and forth. And then this, I'm just going to pop that there. I'm going to grab that. Nope. Then I'm going to grab that. That. Go. Home, paste. Control A. Okay. Get submodule, add. Let's see if this works. I just cloned it to the... Why did it even let me do that? I was in the wrong folder. Get in it. I just added it as a submodule to itself. Okay, so how do I get remove submodules? It just remove? Module init, update, no. There is an origin story for the name Akmakuku, but it's bad, so just create whatever one you want. Just use a serial port. Nah, because the other two devices, for one, they got web interfaces, so like, why would I use a serial port? But two, the serial ports are the stupid 3-pin Phoenix connectors, and I don't have adapters to go to everything. Well, actually, I do. I don't want to use them. Okay, I'm just going to try remove. Let's see if that works. Get submodule. Remove. Hold on, let's just see what the autocomplete options are. Add D init, for each init. Why is there no option remove? Do I just delete it? Is that all? What do you mean tell it again? That's not good. It's an accident Scrabble tile bag. Yeah, just saying it's bad makes us more curious. Get remove, not remote, remove. There's a page. Okay, get RM past submodule and commit. Okay, so get RM RT4K remote go -F. Okay, get status. New file, get modules. Okay, RM dot get modules. Maybe a get RM actually. -F. Okay, get status and up to date. Okay, there we go. How did yesterday end up going? Actually, on that, so we're showing the SNES right now. Okay. So I was contacted by someone after the stream, and they're wondering if it could be bad capacitors in the Extron. Now, I don't know that the capacitors would cause like a brownout in the boot initialization, but I will say this. If I go to a more solid page here, we can see some like banding in the solid color areas, and those are supposed to be solid color areas. It's not supposed to be like striped like it is. And I'm wondering if maybe the capacitors are bad and causing ripple in the video, in the power supply. So I'm thinking I should recap it, which kind of sucks because I forgot about this until I rewired everything this morning, which took me like an hour and a half. It takes 30 seconds to unplug all the wires. It takes a lot longer to plug them back in the correct way. So I'm wondering if maybe I should recap it, which would have been nice to know beforehand, because then I could have looked at the power supply capacitors and, I could actually made a list and ordered them. But now I'm going to have to tear the whole thing apart again, which isn't as bad as putting it back together. But anyway, I'm wondering if I should do that. Didn't end up dumping the EEPROM. Oh, so you missed that part. The EEPROM ended up being a whole Motorola 68K. So it's a little more complicated. All right. Let's look up the manuals for some stuff here really quick. I'm just going to grab that out of my archives, hardware, video, Extron. Okay. So we got the IN 1606 and the DVS 510 here. Fortunately, it's my job to get in the way of stream. Yeah. The EEPROM is where you store the EPs. Yeah. Is this a treasure map wiring diagram for the home Extron? Oh, you think that's fun. Somewhere around here, I do actually have the wiring diagram. Where did I put that? Is it here? It does exist. Hold on. Draw. File. Recent documents. Here we go. This is it. This is the actual routing. So there is the composite switch though. This is now the Extron crosspoint switcher. So this is slightly out of date. This was before I implemented the switcher. So the VGA sources now route into that. And then this does still exist, except it goes off of that. So yeah, that's actually a thing that I can do. Output 12. No, output 11. No, output 7 on the crosspoint switch is actually a composite. No, input. The 1606 loops back to an HDMI to composite adapter that is downgrades the video quality to go into here so that it can go into the TV. So I can send HDMI to the CRT. First, my head to read that diagram. It's because it is an Ouroboros. It goes in a circle, which really doesn't help. So, yeah, it is super duper wonky. At some point, I'll be disappearing. Popsicles suddenly goes silent. That's why. Okay. But yeah, that does exist. All right. I want to figure out the manuals. That's it. Let me bring this back and then somewhere around here. Yes, that's okay. So, manuals. Let's look at the 1606 manual really quick. So, this is just the setup guide. That's why it's called a SUG, I guess. Okay. We want this one. Video accelerators and the video around the great big ring, then smash it. More video, yeah. Better draw like a schematic like you do PCBs, left to the right. Yeah, but the page orientation was portrait. It was awful. SIS configuration. Okay. Scalar initiated messages. Okay, so these look like the same horrible messages that the serial interface one uses. Yeah, that's all very familiar. Okay, so how can I send these over the web interface? This is what I want to know. See, redeem banned Libre Office Draw. And that's not just because I use it too much. It's just because when I do use it, it's atrocious. Same command set regardless of interface. Okay. All right. Well, I'm slightly more familiar with the command set now that I've been doing it over serial with this. So this might actually not be as bad as I was thinking it would be, because we're going to be able to kind of standardize some of this. So we're going to have to make like an Extron class, and then we're going to have to set up some stuff. I don't know. We'll figure it out. How do I send this over the web, though? IP port commands, set IP address. Why would you want to? Oh, because you probably don't know over serial. She's made any, do not take effect until rebooting network command. Okay. Must use Mario Paint. Yeah. I may have a what you call it, switch 2, but no. Starting software. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Okay, using the software. Wait, is the software literally just a web browser? Because that's the web interface. Like, that's the web interface. be ones that plug in. Actually, I have the real solution here. It's ones that use solar. So I think I'm just going to start doing that. And that one might go on my desk at the office. As far as ones that plug in, I could have a SoBox set up at my desks. I can fit the SoBox here, but I can't fit the SoBox at the office. That desk is too small. And there might be a chance that I have enough light going on in the areas that I'm in. So, yeah. Your office does not have a sun? Oh, contraire. Okay, how do I send this stuff over the web? Must be nice getting enough sun for that. Will you live in land of scorched earth? Yeah. You not get enough sun for a solar calculator? Wonder what data gets sent in the web request when you click the buttons in the interface? No clue. The useless window has sun? No, I'm saying that I have really bright lights on. Like, look at my hand. You can see it's like there are I got lights on. Even here I have lights for this. That's not even I don't even have the big ones on. Yeah, the problem is that this camera sucks, and I don't want to spend like $300 on just another webcam. I have a potential plan for better cameras, but it's still not cheap. Wonder what he's filming at home with all those lights. Well, you'll see in 3 hours. Okay, hold on. Control F, remote. Let's see what that gets me. Remote, DTP, remote, bidirectional, RS-232, no. Uh, Come on. Gotta be a way to do this. So yeah, the remote, the serial interface, and you can see here, is the weirdo Phoenix connector one. That sucks. I don't want that. I always forget this exists. Yeah, it does actually have a UI. Because I never push the button to the front of the 1606. There's almost no reason to ever for the configuration stuff. I think that's looped. Does this not cover how to do this over the web? Is that Ethernet monitoring and control? And let's just try that. Ethernet. Front panel lockout. I don't want to talk about that. Communication. I mean, yes, this, but like how? Update firmware. I don't want to do that. Whatever firmware it's got is fine. Let's look at the other Extron manual. Maybe it's better. Okay, so DVS 510. I don't think this user guide. This is 128 pages. This might be better. I don't know. Remote configuration control, Ethernet port. Okay, so this might help. SIS commands. Hmm.
Nate Pick gave $20 and says first
Enable.
time of joining a stream, been watching for years. First video was The Matrix on Commodore PET. Been a sub ever since. Thanks for what you do. I myself now a business owner thanks to channels like yours. End of line.
Catching the Matrix on the Commodore PET video is a crazy flex. Nate, thank you for the $20. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. Um, Also, I think you get the distinction of being the first person ever to have a TTS from YouTube. I've never seen it work before because it's very rare. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. And I'm happy to have been an inspiration. Yeah, so this stream is slightly different. I'm not actually at the office. I am at home trying to set up video routing. And it's just because I'm waiting for a package for the next project at the office. And the package is just like being teased along on a string as I try to chase it. Um, so I wasn't able to get started. It's very annoying. All right. How do I do the SIS stuff? You know what? You might be onto something. Maybe I should just watch the network profiler and then click a button. See what happens. Network. Okay. Man, who would create a thing that's just like constantly spamming JSON data for updates? Oh, that's so lame. Okay, button. And they did this. That's not really what I was after. Here we go. Okay, hold on. How can I pause? Okay. Let's see. Get. So it did do a get. I think this was the one though, right? API Swiss. Wait, what's API? There's an API thing. You know what? Hold on. Control F API. I don't like that capital matches. Agreed, extremely lame. Yeah. Happened yesterday to that gray brick. It's just sitting over there now. All right, come on. There's got to be a way. How does it not talk about this at all in the manuals? Like, how is it possible? What is CD? Like, is this the content type? So it's form response is JSON request input main. Ooh, okay. So that's definitely an API type thing. That's not the SIS commands though. That's completely different. And I'm wondering if maybe this is like the session. So I don't know that we can abuse that. Might not be considered part of their stable interfaces. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we would have to get a session token like that and then be able to do it, which is it's a timestamp. It does look pretty timestampy. Now that you say that. That feels kind of epoxy. Um, yeah, that does seem to be a thing. And I know I could have used Python datetime, but like that's Python calculator band. Watch the Extron VOD, had a thought, didn't see you try the keys, switch from exec mode 1 to 2 before trying to switch to maybe 2 as well. I in the past I've tried everything Bitrot. Nothing works. So anything I didn't try then, um I guarantee you I have tried it. So in the manual it's written that it supports Telnet. How does so Telnet. I don't want to use Telnet, but that might get me closer to how to set it up. Bring software. Uh, use the date command of the shell to do it, but it's easier to just find a web page. Yeah, it's just, yeah. So I had the JS console open. What about the JS console, though? Well, I kind of like this. That's cool. Wait, picture in picture. Does DVS 510 do pip? Oh, I think it does. But you can only mix a low resolution and high resolution. So I could have a composite signal on top of a VGA signal, or vice versa, but I can't have a VGA signal on top of a VGA signal. It works kind of the exact same way that a Dell 2001 FP with the other stuff works. By the way, those monitors are so good. Just like how many of you guys own a computer monitor that has picture in picture? Like I can't even think of another one. They're so good. And I've 100% used that. I actually had probably that exact Sega Dreamcast set up with one while I was doing some updates on a Linux computer. I just brought the Dreamcast, plunked it down, plugged it into the monitor, and was just playing Sonic Adventure while I was doing stuff. All right, so I think this is connecting this software over Telnet, which this might use the SIS commands. I don't know, but that's different. Best use of picture in picture. On that, if we get farther along in this project today, we are going to have the Dreamcast, N64, and Super Nintendo on. That way we can try swapping between all three. But I can't put Sonic Adventure in there because I don't want to get crushed 40 to death. So we're gonna have to put Namco Museum in there because that'll probably be the least likely to get the stream muted. All right, let's just look this up. Extron, IN. Seems like the 1606 is like super popular. Web API. Let's try this. You crazy taxi. Oh yeah, that's so much better. While it has multiple inputs, it shouldn't be used as a KVM. Well, does it switch the K and the M? Because that would make it a little bit more difficult to do that. Soul Calibur, I'm not a fighting game person. I don't have that. So, Asen Thigh, do you know what the URL is for that? Because I can't find that. SIS. Okay. If I could just find that, I would be golden. Because the SIS commands are very simple. I got that part down now that I've been using the serial one. I just don't know how to send that over the web interface. So, Hardly Wogan, let me tell you how familiar with Icarugua I am. Okay. When I played Sonic Frontiers the first time, that was the hardest part of the game for me. Can anyone link to that top thing? I'm Extron programmer, but been a while since I used the API. Look it up. If you can, I would really appreciate that. So Portizo, I downloaded this forever ago. This is the DVS 510 user's guide, though. While I'm looking at some stuff, let me really quick file recent. Apparently, document I just made did not get saved. That's fun. Or maybe it's saved somewhere different. Let's see if I can find it really quick. There it is. Okay. For the benefit of stream, I actually went ahead and documented what all is connected where and how on the inputs and outputs. Should just be command that. Okay. Well, that couldn't be much easier. All right, let's try this. So let's try. Well, okay, so there's like one input. Let's look at the SIS commands for the IN 1606 really quick. Okay, hold on. There's one input for that, so I'm not 100% sure how you do that. Let's just look this up. SIS overview. Okay. Okay. View video input. Host to scalar. Oh, that returns the set select video input. Okay, so number exclamation point. So it should be for this CMD equals 1. No, I want it to be 4 exclamation point. So this should switch it to the RT4K. It's not happy. 403 forbidden. Is it because I have the slash? In theory, the slash shouldn't matter, but page 51. 51. This is for the software. Oh, you're talking about the 16, the 510. Hold on. 51. Index. Okay, so that. So I don't know if this will be the same between these, but we'll give this a shot. 404 not found. Okay, well, we'll try the DVS 510 here. Let's set the input to 1. So CMD equals 1. Sorry, no page matches your request. Ah, you say that, but it did just change stuff. Ah, okay. So that worked. Does the switcher have authentication enabled? No. Your other URL say URL whatever? No, no, I don't know. Hold on. Okay, 510, 1606. Okay. Okay, so this is, hold on. What chapter is this? Using command response table. Using command response. Okay. SAS overview. Using command response. Okay, does this, I'm going to go slower. Commands. Well, these are the actual commands, not where I use them. For the IN 1606, we have question mark. You know, it shouldn't actually be that. It should be this. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was wrong, but it's still forbidden. Why is it forbidden? Okay, well, let's try going back more. So web interface, there's no authentication. I don't have to log into this. Logged in as admin. So yeah, it's like automatically logging me in. Let's try this. CMD. Does this exist anymore? It does not. SIS equals? Does that exist? It does not. API equal. Okay, SIS or web CMD. Do we know what we're doing? We're currently learning how to remote control these. So I can now remote control this. It's a little cranky about it, but it works. So So if I do, let's try this a different way. Curl, and then CMD equals 3 exclamation point. All right, we should switch to input 3. Boom. So we can do this, and that works. That's probably tripping things up. I can try that. Forbidden still. Let me do this. Yeah, we're still stuck on input 3. All right, let me try this without okay, so that probably works. Input 1. Yeah, so that works perfectly fine. Input 3. Okay, so we know how to control the DVS 510 for sure. Substitution of W for and pipe carriage return. Well, we shouldn't have to use a carriage return with how this API works. But I do need to figure out how the DVS 510s work. So this one. Do they show the same URL or IP address in here? What is their demo IP? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's try this. Oh, there's the ZQQ from yesterday. WW command. What are you all smart like? Not that one. That one. Okay, so this is 21414 www cmd. Oh, that. Well, we actually haven't tried this on here yet. Let's look. Okay, that was 3, 4. Now that I think about it, maybe we shouldn't do it here. CMD equals 4. I mean, it didn't complain, but I think that's just because it's loading the web interface. I don't think that works. What if API? Not found. Some advanced command start with escape and scare. Okay. Oh, they do start with escape. You know what? You're right. And I'm gonna need one of those. Thankfully, that's serial though. I don't think I need to do a system reset on the web interface ones. It's just every single time I boot the Crosspoint, I have to do a full factory reset because it has lost its mind. All right, come on, someone's got to have done this before. No way, I'm the first person. Extron 1606. Is there? Always use Telnet it's easier from other AV controllers. Only ever use URL API from Home Assistant. Yeah, I can see that. Are there any projects that wrap this kind of stuff already? I don't want to use those, but I just want to pick through their code base. Extron control software. Let's see. This is going to be all the I like boss open source. I doubt I'm the first trailblazer in this Hecubus. there's no way. So Extron device controller, yeah. Uses the SIS commands, okay. But how? RS232. That's 232. Yeah, but I don't want that. I want web. Only half paying attention at the moment for reasons, but if the web UI uses the same API, won't it just show up in your network inspector in the browser? It does not use the same API. It's completely different. We did look. We figured out how it sends button requests, but they're different. Most are going to use raw sockets. Man, it's nerds. Why don't they just want simple GET requests? So much easier. Yeah, so the web API uses a form post to send JSON data. Is way more complicated. I don't want to have to do that if I don't have to. If I can just pull a URL, I would much rather do that. So much easier. Watch, this is a firmware thing, and if I had like a different firmware on here, then it would work. 1604 using JS and Telnet. Yeah, but JS is, or Telnet's different. 1604 is probably close enough. But yeah, Telnet's not going to be quite the same. I don't want to have to log in. VID. Python has http.client. I'm very familiar. I've done a lot of that nonsense. It's terrible. I hate it. I kind of have to do it with the RetroTink remote because of the way that I send the data back and forth. But if I would really like to avoid doing that, like a lot. Also, let's look at this really quick. So F12. Okay. Click button. Pause. Okay. Look at this. Request. Okay. Where do I find this value? So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go over to the 1606 manual, search. What do you know? It's not there. So I don't know how I can figure out this API without just clicking every button one at a time. Page 42. Etherlink control. Ooh. Well, these are cool. How much do these cost on eBay? Reading the published documentation is a naked attempt to avoid decompiling firmware. Yeah. Got to run or reach out on Discord with firmware updates if needed. Okay, I hopefully don't need that, but thank you. I appreciate that. Page 42. 42. Okay. Index, command. Well, unfortunately, that's what works in the DVS 510, but not the 1606. Yeah, we can control the other one like that. Got a serious question on Windows 95 project happening right now. What's the best CRT you recommend? The one that you can get. Just get any multi-mode CRT. 15-inch is going to feel slightly smaller than you would think. A 17-inch is like perfect, but you don't want best. Don't go down that rabbit hole. That's how you end up paying $800 for a Trinitron. That's just like fine. Um, like almost any late 90s CRT is going to be really good. That was the dumpster at work. Oh, gosh. I can make it host web pages. Oh wait, that's the other thing. Opinions on Zenith. I mean, once you get that sword, the game's kind of over. So it's like, what's the point? You know, Knight's Edge is way better. I can look at that. I knew you meant, Jason. I don't have an opinion. All right. Components, Extron. It's going to have to be like different things for different devices. Supported devices. Oh, these are so much newer. And or Telnet. Telnet doesn't work. It's almost like this doesn't have it, but I don't believe that. There's got to be a way. Does Extron have like live support chat? It's like, dear Extron employee, what is the URI for SIS commands? Got Tank 4K? It is. It is very good. I also developed my own web interface remote for it. So I don't have to use like the pleb remote. But only for their dealers and partners? Yeah, I know. Like literally, I just need a string. That's it. I just need probably only one word. Like it might even be 3 characters. That's all I need. Okay, scaling is protocol 9600 blah blah blah. Okay, SIS. Configuration control. Okay, scaler can be configured and controlled SIS. Connected to a host computer or other such device. Attach port R232, the LAN port, or front panel USB port. Ooh, fancy. Commands enter. I mean, wait a minute. I can just plug a mini USB cable into the front, and then that's probably a UART, and then problem solved. Also, I'm recording on my phone again, which is just great. I wonder if somehow it's getting a record command sent over a USB. I would love to know if it is and how to do that. Right, basic HTTP auth with user admin password Extron. But how? You want serial over or web control? I want web control. The Ubadista, I just want this. Hold on. So this is the DVS 510. Or no, this is the DVS 510. So that's receiving an S video signal right now. I can do this, and then that changes it to a composite input, which did not work for some reason. This input 1, okay. So, and then I go 3, and then it'll switch to input 3. Boom. Look how easy that is. We just do a GET request to a URL. But there's got to be a way of doing that on the other one. I think about Steam's hardware announcement. Look on Mastodon. So don't tell them a prompt for login if auth is needed. Well, that might be worth trying the UART just to see then. Okay, hold on. Let's not look at QCOM again. Okay, so we got 1, 0, and 2. Take that oscilloscope. Right, plug in a mini USB cable really quick, and then this mini. No, that's B. This mini. That's the world's shortest C cable. That's mini. Do basic HTTP auth easily using curl user pass. Oh, well, that sounds easy. Let me just plug this in if that'll give us the answer, though. DVS 510 has an IR port. That's kind of cool. It's probably a remote, but I want to dream that it's IRDA. Actually, there's no way it's IRDA, because then if you have like multiple of these plugged in at once, it would just blast commands to all of them. All right, plugged in. There's a USB hub over there, so this is very easy. We have an ACM. Well, that couldn't be much easier. Okay, let's just open this, see what we get. That all looks like stuff. So if I just do, let's go to the web page here. Okay, If I do 3 exclamation point, it switched to 3, 4 exclamation point, so, and it switched to 4. So no authentication needed. For mode, most new Extron boxes have FTDI on their front USB ports. Older ones may need drivers. This one was fine. Linux is just like, what's up? I'm a Linux. So yeah, that works perfectly fine over serial. Found a doc. What am I looking for? Just the URI for sending SIS commands. So let me give you an example. This is the DVS510. This is a different piece of Extron hardware. I can change the input by just sending this number like that. So we switch from 3 to 1, and now I'll switch from 1 to 3. But I don't know how to do this on the IN1606. What was the error the 1606 was giving? I don't know. I can't read it. QCOM's stupid. Hold on. It said error 13 when I plugged in when I connected. Hold on. Open and close. It's not giving an error now. Is the other one I have a web UI? No, they both have. 2 out of 3 have web UIs. So, why do I have a 1606 and I don't? The better question is, why do I have the DVS 510 at all? Because it can do everything the 1606 can. The answer is, I didn't want to have to like plug a bunch of nonsense into the VGA ports to do like S video and composite and all that stuff. Because I got lucky? No, I saw these out on eBay. Did capturing that web interface, what was sending not work? So it doesn't use the SIS commands, which are these just like 2 asterisk 2 whatever things. These are much simpler, and the web UI sends JSON requests to an endpoint that we don't know how to find. I have no idea what this is or where to find more information about it. Granted, that might be the only one we need, and I could just click more buttons to figure out what the other ones are. But yeah, I just found one CTX for $50. Video showing it working. Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable for 17-inch CRT to me. 17-inch, I feel, is the perfect, most reasonable size. Any bigger, and it becomes like a thing. Like, it's, look, whoa, there it is. Yeah, the cross-point switch is the only one that I got at Goodwill. And man, am I paying for it. Triple 21-inch or bust. Bust is what the desk will do once you do that. Actually, I joke, I built this desk to take that. That was what it was made for. Does it have 30-inch CRT? Yeah, but that's not a computer monitor. Okay. Maybe we should let's look up the manual for the 1604 in case it's different. Extron IN1604. Maybe this one will just like magically show us the thing. Like, yeah, that one's very similar. Okay, so like manual, downloads, firmware, brochure, tools, test pattern. Ooh, that's cool. Technical documents, manual, setup guide, user guide, understanding something or another. Wait a minute, hold on. Let's try 1606 and look and see if there's other manuals. The IN products have a different history than other Extron products. They come from inline into the company. Check the IN. Okay, I can do that. Don't think the 1604. Well, it looked like it had one, but 150. Okay, let's look at this. Product has been retired. I mean, haven't they all? Oh man, those buttons look way nicer. I mean, they don't have like fancy colors and stuff, but you know, whatever. All right, downloads. Setup guide versus user's guide. Well, user's guide's got more megabytes. Let's look at that. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Using SIS commands. 15. Oh, they don't have LAN. I didn't actually look. Oh, yeah, there's no LAN. That looks a lot more like that looks identical to the DVS 510, except it has RCA jacks. Whoa, I kind of want this thing. Wait, what? How much are these? Chuck that 510 in a bin and then use this. That's so much nicer. Why are they not all like this? Stupid Phoenix terminals. Changing LEDs to ones I can tell. All right, let's go back to the 1604 just in case it's manual. It's like better. Mm-mm-mm. Using command response. Okay. Okay, tell me how to connect to command. It doesn't look like it's going to. Science cables using a huge number of conference rooms, classrooms, still are. Yeah, I definitely can see that infrastructure just sticking around. There's gotta be a way. Okay, hold on. CMD doesn't exist. API. Ing. It's just space API or API equal. No. Question mark API. Actually, just question mark in general. Shows up in two places. That's really not a good sign. How about in this? How does it never show up here? No mention of web interface. Why you gotta be like this software? Uh, oh, it's wonky stuff on RJ45. All right then. Hmm. What are the chances it just doesn't exist? Like I feel like it has to. There's got to be a way. What if I just like look through the web interface? Maybe it's got like a help thing. Device settings. Hardware, communication settings. Second power mode. Passwords not enabled. Unit information. Temperature 124 Fahrenheit, 53. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's fine. What we really want is this. Hold on, let's see. That's a lot of those BNC jacks. A lot of BNC jacks. Why? Why this? What's this all about? We got RGBs. We got a DVI, and then outputs. Wait, this is only downscales to RGB. That kind of sucks. I don't know. I don't think that's what I want. Also, no sound. Maybe it's SDI. I'm seeing RGB HVS. Well, I don't know why you would need H and V and S though. That's kind of weird. I don't think Extron is SDI tier hardware. I don't know. I bet they have some SDI stuff. I'll close the 1604 because it's useless. This is 1508, probably also useless. This IP address does show up here. I thought I searched for it and it didn't show up. Maybe they use like weird periods or something? Okay, hold on. Let's just look through this. Accessing internal web page. IP. No, that's a full loop. All right, we'll curl with auth. So it was admin Extron. Okay, hold on. Someone admin. See what the user admin and the password and the password. Okay, but what's password? It's the default password. I assume default password is password, so would it be, let's see. Command for, so -u admin -p password, is that it? Enter password. I put it in password. 403 forbidden. Is it capital P? You admin : password. But what if there's a colon in my password? 403 forbidden. Extron. 403 forbidden. Works all default password, yeah. Why am I shopping for a new video switcher? Gonna be playing Super Dram World? Harrison reached the third level, yeah. Alright, watch this. Dude, my phone is recording again. I definitely didn't touch it. Okay, something is absolutely sending it record commands. I don't know how. I'm going to unplug it. Except now that I want... You know what? I'll just do video capture. HDMI capture. It's just, boop. Okay. So... Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Why am I not hearing sound? It's somewhere in here. Did I not route audio? I'm not using this. There we go. Okay, here we go. You can hear sound? I couldn't. All right. Let's do this. I already screwed it up. Hold on. Oh, I can see those stupid lines. It's so irritating. Ah! Hold on, come on. I forgot how hard this first jump is. It's so annoyingly difficult. Ah! Come on. Dude, my phone has started recording again. What? How? Stop. You know what? I'm just going to turn it off. I'm going to attempt to turn it off. There we go. Ah. Oh, so close. How did I jump over him? Come on. Oh, I was so close. All right, well, I beat this level for the first time last night. Oh, there we go. And we'll call that good enough. I have done this level now. I also did the second level. Which I'll try that one. Technically, I've done that more recently. By recently, I mean like by an hour instead. Here we go. Oh, I forgot how to do it, and now I lost it. Okay, hold on. Let's try this one more time. I forgot. You gotta hold the controller really weird. So I'm holding it with my thumb tip on the, Oh, I was too busy trying to describe it on X instead of Y, and it's killing me. Because this is not how I would hold the controller, but this is like the best way to do it. And now the CRT is gonna blow up. Hold on, we gotta do this fast before the CRT dies. Also, go to Top Gear music, and I screwed that up. CRT's not quite fully recovered. It's just enjoying the breaks when the screen is black. There we go. Oh, I was too quick. I killed them all. Okay, one more. Oh, I was somehow too slow. Oh, I probably held it. Yeah, Majenko, hold on. I'm proving a point. Ah! Okay, one more. Oh, now I'm screwed. Okay. But it's actually pretty good. There ain't no way on Earth I can do Super Drain World. I still need to finish Learn to Kaizo. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the SD to SNES menu for you so you don't have to hear this. There you go. Okay. All right. I don't know how we can figure this out. You know what? Let's just give up for right now. Let's do that. Let's give up. We will not control the 1606. How about that? Because I'm starting to wonder if it's even possible. This is not what the 1606 web interface looks like. Oh, that was just their website. That was Extron.com at that point. All right. Let's do... I'm going to push that off to the side. Like I probably should have actually this whole time. Put all the documentation over here. Okay. Let's get this out of here. Go back to the folder, which is buried in here somewhere. No, it's over here. Okay. Okay. You actually have a password set? No. To use web interface for the 1606? Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is, you see all this weirdo, complicated routing nonsense? This doesn't even, like, cover the other stuff. So this is, cross point 300, okay, and then for the DVS 510, all right, 1 is composite, 2 is not connected, 3 is S video, all right, 4 is not connected, 5 is RGB HV, and these all come from the Crosspoint 300. All right. Let's just save all of that. Okay. And then there's other inputs, but I don't know what they do. Yeah, I don't have any of that connected. Oh, wait. No, I probably have 7 connected as the loopback input. So 6, no connect. 7 probably comes from the IN 1606 HDMI. Okay, so that's DVS 510. Then the IN 1606. All right. 1, no connect. 2, no connect. 3 is DVS 510 HDMI, and then 4 is RT4K HDMI. So what I'm looking to be able to do is be able to click one button, like SNES, click, click, click. Okay. What it will do is route the cross point to have input 1 go to output 2, 3, and 4, and then on the cross point. And then on the DVS 510, switch to input 3, and then on the IN 1606, I want to toggle, and I might just be lazy and use the JSON API for this in the end, because I think this might be the only thing that I need to switch. I want a toggle that enables the DVS 510 or the RT4K as the final scaler, essentially. So group them as one virtual device. Exactly. So I want to do a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, just one web interface sucks, and then I don't have a web interface for the cross point. So I can't do that if I wanted to. Send GPL source code request to Extron, find web commands from it. That's not quite how that works. Mine refuses to talk telnet without a password. Might have the same restriction on a hypothetical web API. Set a password and try again? What? Okay, hold on. IN 1606. So password. Admin password. Go characters. I don't think there's anything here. No, there's nothing. I mean, I'm afraid to do this. Apply? Oh, great. Now it's asking me to sign in. Thanks a lot. Okay, can I change settings now? I can. All right, so now we're on input 4. Let's try 3. I mean, it didn't cry this time, but it didn't work either. Curious. Maybe this one sucks. Hold on. Let's set it to 3. F5. I guess I could also do this crazy thing where I send a command and then I turn my head. So that didn't change anything because it was already on 4. Then 3. Yeah, that's not working. Put the URL in single quotes, curl, because that's a shell Medicare. Yeah, but it works. So on the other one. So turn my head. Nope. What Jeepin said. Hold on. Username was admin. Well, why isn't it telling me to buzz off? Admin. No. Oh, and no. Wait, what? Why is it forbidden when the login is correct? It's not capital A admin. Just telling it into mine with super secret password. I log into the web interface and got an admin login. Also, I love when you guys do like the up caret, and then for me it's upside down. So Ben's like, "Look, it's what Majenko said," and then I gotta go. Wait, actually, no, it's what Jeepin said. Maybe need a web page after the IP address. I mean, we can try www. I don't think it's gonna work. That just loads the whole web interface. Yeah, no, that doesn't work either. Yeah, not found. 404s. So if I use www, it doesn't work. I mean, we can try this. Wait, what was the endpoint that it goes to? For this? Hold on. Button. Pause. This goes to not www. API SWIS. Okay, so API is what if? No. 500. Ooh, that's different. But something somewhere changed it. Did I click the button? Oh, I probably clicked the button to capture the API. Can't you telnet it? Using telnet sounds so much worse, though. Is password really the password? Yes. The web interface is stupid. It's actually even better. Watch this.
Subscribed at tier 1.
Hardware,
They've
password.
subscribed for 41 months. And says so close to the answer of life 42 next month. End of line.
It shows the password is 4 asterisks, which it is not. That's just the hidden character thing. Might need to do a post from curl instead of get, though. If I'm doing a post, I'm just sending the other JSON data thing. That's real. Thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 30, 41 months. I know numbers. They're what comes after letters. No, before letters. Now about the plan to read the microcontroller? Yes, buy a new one. No, it's not happening. I'm calling that done. We're just going full web interface. That's why we're doing this today. All right. I yield. Does anyone know how to do like a post data thing over curl? Because let me just try and synthesize this with curl. I know how to do it in Python, but it sucks. Wait. The whole thing is the key. Raw. Ugh. Limitation not having an adapter to put it in a reader. It's apparently way complicated. D, body data, blah. Okay. All right. I'm going to copy what Portizo did because that looks like a pain in the butt. Hold on. New. Do this. Meh. Okay. And then I'm just going to grab meh. And then blah. We are on 4. I'll do 3. And then we'll send it to. I got no idea. Oh wait, how about the place where it's going? That would be smart. Request. No. Where's it going? This. We'll just try no DC. Hopefully that doesn't matter. Then if it does, we'll just fake one, or I guess come up with like the real one later. I don't know. Okay, paste, go. So we were on. That didn't work. Okay, hold on. Content. Let's look at the full thing. Okay. Content type for response. Request. Content type was just some horrible nonsense. Let's grab that. Probably need you admin password. I mean, now you guys made me set one. Yeah, probably. Life was so much simpler when it didn't have that. Okay, copy. Paste. That worked. Now to Python that. I don't want to. It's going to be bad. It's going to be awful. Just click the request and copy the request as a curl request? That's not really a thing, is it? Copy value as curl. What? In all my minutes of doing curl, holy moly. That's a lot of headers. I think I'll go with our distilled version. You know what? I'm going to get rid of the content type. I bet we don't even need that. I want to send it to 4. Boom. It works. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we can skip all headers there. We just have to do the post data. All right, let's see if we can make this work in Python. Python is horrible. So when you send and receive JSON data in Python, it's so wonky how you read it. So the RT4K software here is my best attempt at doing this so far. So we're going to lean heavily on this. Probably clear your password. I don't know how. I would love to if I knew how. Hardware, password, clear, apply. Is that it? Is that all we need to do? Okay, so if I do that and then let's just let's go back here, control F5. I assumed that was clear the input, like some kind of idiot, I guess. Okay, so they're in that. Okay, so now if I go here and I get rid of this, okay. We're on input 4, so we're gonna send to 3. Okay, that does work. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do that. I don't like that, but that'll work. I really didn't want to have to use post, but post, fine. Okay, let's do this. Folder. It's gonna grab this, put it here, video route I. All right. Video route. Video route. This is going to suck. We're not going to finish this today in any stretch because I'm going to have to load like a config JSON for this stuff and then read it in and then get like all the things set up for it. It's going to be a nightmare. Or I can just hard code it for my setup because realistically, no one else is going to use it because no one else is going to have all this nonsense. Copy and paste that curl string straight into Postman and we'll spit out a Python code for you. I don't know what Postman is, but I'm good. I'll probably have everything I need here. Okay, so what I will do is look for the command button here. Okay, so we have command like this. Okay, so I'm going to take this because the way that the thing works, let's just make a single button. JavaScript static update. We don't need that. On click, event, command. Where's the command one? Is it in update? I don't want it to be an update. Hold on. We're going to cheat a little. Be static. We're going to inline this into, why didn't I inline it into the other one? Probably because I was still developing it. Script, command function. Oh, maybe it's because of that. Script. Okay. The secret to this is double braces. Double braces make the world go round. We need so many double braces. Oh my gosh. I think that one. No, we definitely need that one. That's how we get all that nonsense out of the stupid thing. Okay. So many double braces. There we go. Okay, so that should work. Then we don't need this. And then we're going to just save one single on click for right now. We're going to get rid of all of that. And we're going to break this out a little more. Boom. Okay. So, we're going to just div, we're going to put input 4. Okay. You want to get rid of the style stuff. Okay. We're going to have name be 4 because I cheat and I use the name node value as my command data. And then we're going to grab this and we're going to do another one. We're going to have this be input 3 and then 3. Okay. And then we're going to get rid of the power stuff because that's not going to be relevant. And then for this, we'll do this horrible nightmare. Why is it a list that contains a dictionary? Oh, you guys are typing a lot, and I wasn't reading it. One moment. Okay, there's already tutorial post for JSON. Yeah, but I got it covered. Like, I have my own code. It's easier for me to read my own code. Let's see. What's the status on the deck writer stuff delivery? Well, let's find out. It just says on the way. So, no clue. Okay. Postman is an API creation document testing tool. Okay, I have no idea. If you want to complain about doing it in Python, remind yourself you aren't being forced to use COBOL. So I suggested above, and by above you mean below. Okay, hold on. Scrolling down. I don't see your last message, unfortunately. Sorry. Import URL payload something or another. Yeah. It's a lot more complicated than you guys think, though. I know it sounds simple. It's not. We can work out where the spaces go. Spaces. Space encoder Twitch was. Oh yeah. Delivered to bin in depot. Yeah. Okay. Here's the problem. The way that the Python request API works is whether or not the data is like serialized. Sometimes you have to convert it into bytes or whatever. Like this, we're converting it. That's for writing it to direct serial, actually. Oh no, this doesn't send HTTP data ever. Oh, this is even worse. We're going to receive the data and then have to send it. This doesn't have the example I need. No. Okay. Fine. Fine. So data command, that's the thing that we're going to build to send. Okay. We don't need serial. Yeah, we'll get command out of it, and then we'll leave return because Flask gets cranky if you don't have a return. Okay, so where I receive or send, I send
Chlorocoon says
Wait,
Cheer
why does the
100
FX
fine.
Pack Pro have an
Besides,
RTC?
it was not fine. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Pat has suggestion. Extron has too many APIs. Joey has regrets. Yeah, really. Should have just got an old patch panel switchboard. What project do I want to pilfer from? What sends data? Stream integration sends data. There was another web UI thing I made recently. Hold on, let me look on GitHub. What have I put out recently? Hold on, repositories. Okay. SRT notes. Does that send data? No, that only presents it as JSON. Okay, PyDiscRip, Encon, no. NetChart does not. Mario Kart World does not. Live photo, I don't think does. Okay, so it's just going to be PyDescript. Great. And actually, I don't even think that does. Hold on. Somewhere I'm doing this. Where am I doing this? Is it just a stream stuff? So stream HTTP. No, not that. API HTTP. Join stream. What data do I want to send? Commands for an Extron to a to from Flask. Yeah, that's it. What project am I sending JSON data in Python? Not JSON post requests. Where am I doing that? Am I abusing an API somewhere? I'm about to with this. Ask GitHub, search for posts in all your repos. That's actually not a horrible idea. Although it really sucks at that post. I just search by names. Owner, post. Let's see. Postfix, post processing, post strike. Oh, that's in Quake 2. PyDescript session post. No. Post run gpip web. That's almost a thing. Docker nonsense, not floppy switchboard. I know I'm not really affiliated with the Discord bot. PyDescript, fetch, update, post. That's JSON again. Sub searches so utterly suck. I intended it as a joke. Grep R is probably quicker. Yeah. Yeah, Jen, it's not really like a rubber duck problem. It's more I need to find the last time I did this. Because it sucks. It's awful. Sending Python post requests is a pain in the butt. Maybe I've never done it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking JavaScript. It's not about web update, PyDescript. Maybe it's this. It's this. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So, yeah, we build a request to do this. It's more about how the data gets encoded like this that really sucks. That's the problem. So, data encoding in requests works like one way, and then decoding in the other end works a completely different way, and they're just like, so we'll do the JSON dumps as string, and then we'll end up with like a single string of all the data. We can't just dump the data as like raw JSON stuff. We can kind of see that problem here actually. So if we do this, we track, log it, whatever, and then look at it. Okay, we can see their request is malformed. They put the entire JSON data in the key. Like this is wrong technically. So that's the problem, is that this was sent as, like form data. This is the name, but then the name itself actually contains the data. So you can end up with this gross nested nonsense that's a pain in the butt to deal with. Like I'm not even going to like decode this as JSON. I'm just going to treat this as a raw string and then put the number in there because I don't want to deal with this. So let's just we'll import request. All right. And then actually I think we already have that imported in here. No. Okay, let's do this way. From URL lib, import, request, and parse. I don't know. Did I ever use parse? I don't think I did. Okay. This gets wonky, by the way, because we're gonna actually I don't need this here. The whole thing is gonna be web. Although I'm gonna break everything if I do that. I'll just do this. There. Okay, so instead of serial write, we're going to copy this awful stuff. Try endpoint. The endpoint is going to be this. Blah. And then JSON dumps data. Hold on. We got to build the whole command thing. Also, JSON could be any easier in Python. Easier. I'm telling you, it's not about actually making the request. It's about formatting the data in the way that the client wants it. But also, the sending requests in Python and receiving them don't work the same way, at least in all the APIs I've done it with. JSON to substring, yeah, right. Okay, so I'm going to grab this and then put it here, but then we're going to make this an F string. And then I need this to like actually be a bracket. And then for the value of 3, we're going to have that be data CMD. What's broken? Why is it weird? Do I need this to be single quotes? Or is it fine? Because this is not double quoted. There we go. And then double quote that. That'll work. Okay. So in theory, maybe that will work. Let's try and run it. So video routing, video route, open the page, and nothing's there. Okay. What's it cranky about? Serving flask, searching. Okay. Why do people who don't know how APIs work end up being the ones developing APIs? Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm going to be the only person who ever uses this software, so it's not like it's going to matter. Why am I not getting this? Hold on. View source. Okay, script. Oh, that would be smart if I closed that. Okay, fair enough. Let's just reload this. And then there we go. And then go back. And then F5. Okay, so we got input 4 and we got input 1. Okay, let's bring... I'm just going to put this off to the side. And then we have this. And then close that. We are on input 4. So if I click 3, nothing happens because it's all angry because nothing ever works. No, I didn't. Yeah, post command. Okay. 4, 3. Okay, nothing is working. Okay, let's add some logging. Do we need to release a video today? Yes, but in 2 hours. Okay, let's hold on. Let's just okay. Payload equal that. Okay, and then print payload. Okay, let's try and rerun that. Go back here. Click. Okay. So that's correct. So I wonder what it's receiving. I got an idea. What if we print data? Okay. And then we change the endpoint to itself. So we can log what we're getting. Command. All right. And then we'll just, yeah, whatever. It'll be fine. Okay. So click. Okay. We should get two. So payload. Okay. CMD. And then post command. It errored for some reason. Um, did I have something like it's got to be JSON request get JSON? Okay. Well, that's a problem. But what if it's not JSON? What if it's just self get request? Eprint data. Okay, let's just try that. So close, restart. Okay, and then click button. Okay, request, command 4, and then, yeah, it errors on trying to decode that as JSON, which tracks. 415 is unsported media type. Yeah, I know. This is where the problems begin. So we could um data. Okay. What if we just send this payload? Actually, what if we just send the payload like that directly to the Extron? What happens? Because I don't know what the Extron actually wants. I suspect it's just a string. Let's just try that. So we're sending the string directly as the data. Okay, back to here. We are on input 4. Input 3. No, of course not. That would be too nice. 500. Ooh, that's different. Why? URI, payload, sometimes data. Data equal, well, this is not actually doing anything. This payload encode.utf8 is fine. Okay, so just encode this, maybe. And then it might work. I don't know. Let's find out. Hold on. I'm just going to pop this out. I'm going to put this off to the side over here so I can see it, and then I'll tell you if it works. Or it didn't complain, but it didn't work either. That does nothing. Actually, I could probably put it down here. There we go. Okay. And then now I don't need this. Let's put all the junk that's useless on the other monitor. Like that. Who needs Minicom, right? This, we're done with that now. Okay. Let's just duplicate this, and then I'll have one be itself. And we'll just change the order from we want to debug it. What is the structure of the unformatted request in Python or in Firefox when we send a button press? So if I do this and then click and then pause and then look at this, okay, and then request raw. So it is literally just the string. So JSON formatting at all is bad. Okay. So we don't want to do that. We do want to send just plain Jane data like that. So I'm going to save this endpoint. We'll just try this. And I want to see what it prints out down here. We should get something. I don't know. How do you get the data out of the request? Self request. Like, how do I get it if it's just a string? So click button, boom. So request that, and then we just have a request. So we send this, and then let's just, if we get rid of this, this is going to cause like a stack overflow, but whatever, it's fine. 500. Yeah, that's whatever. Request. No, because then we didn't decode the data from JSON in the first place. Request.data, is that it? So we get a byte string, and then on the second one, we get nothing. Should be double quote URI. It is right here. The string is correct. The payload gets built correctly. We can see that right here. So the payload gets printed before it's sent. So it gets printed, then it gets sent, and then we try to extract the data. So the first time we get the raw data here as a string. Then we send it, and then we receive it here. So let me just put a simple debug here. Print new request. Okay, let me rerun this now. Click. Okay, new request, or the payload becomes this, and then it sends it, but then we get nothing. Too many curly braces? No, it's an F string. What? Hold on. Bracket. Oh, yeah, how'd that sneak in there? How did that? Maybe I typed the wrong thing. Okay, well, that still doesn't explain why we're not getting the data, but maybe it'll work on the Extron now. So we'll try that in a second. Okay, so let me kill this and restart. That doesn't matter. We're still not able to receive the data. New request, no data, despite this being the payload going into data. So I'll just try and swap these and then see if this works on the Extron. And then if it works, I'm just going to not think about it too hard because this stuff sucks. So now, if I click button, okay, we're on input 3, click 4, it works. Let's never think about it again. Why can we not get it here? No one knows. This is why I say doing form pushes with Python sucks. I have no idea how you're supposed to do this. We get the raw string here, the byte string, works fine. Don't get it when the payload is sent, but whatever. Let's just not worry about it. Request body or something. I'm not going to think about it again. Never again. No more think. Only no think. Okay. For everything else, this is way easier. We don't even need a like a form data thing. We can just do a regular old URL open request. We don't need any of this. It's clearly broken. It works, but we ignore how broken. Yeah. All coffee's gone. I was home. I just drank all the coffee. Okay. So we can change this now with other button. So that's perfect. That's exactly what I want. So now let's work on being able to change the DVS 510. So I'm going to actually just duplicate the tab. Then I can have it open over there too. Let's pop this here. Okay. And then we can see 1 and 3 there. So let's add 2 more. All right. So let's go with, it's all in this. Okay, let's add different endpoints actually. How do I want to handle this? Direct message, SSH connection, then use SIS commands. Oh, I'm so not using SSH. That's awful. If you can figure out, actually, where did you even find that? Hold on, IN1606 SSH. OpenSSH is included as a license. Dude, the fact that it has SSH with the BSD license is the only thing in here that it talks about for SSH. That is, there's clearly some other programming manual that we haven't found. Biggest problem is that each HTTP library for Python names these fields a different way. Yes, that is exactly the kind of issue that this is, and why it sucks. The other Extron has the same API as IN 1606. I don't want it. You have the manual. Can you link to it? SSH connection refused. Is that on yours? I'm not even gonna try. Like I don't want to. Firmware notes tell about SSH connection as well. Weird. Oh well. All right. Let's see. Let's rename this to IN 1606. And then IN 1606, IN 1606, IN 1606, methods post. Yeah, that's sure fine, whatever. Then we're going to make a new one that is DBS510. DBS510, DBS510, DBS510. Okay. Now we're just going to apparently already duplicated this, call this. Okay. Now for this, we need something completely different. DBS510 has the endpoint, but the data is encoded in the endpoint. We just do whatever the IP is. It's one of them things with like a number 109. 109. I think I have these all locked. And then question mark equals CMD, and then data command, followed by an exclamation point. Okay. And then we don't even need a payload, just whatever. And then get rid of that. I think that'll work. I'm assuming that the request automatically does it as a GET request if there's no data, but I have no idea. Command equals. Dude, I am the best at URI development. Okay, so DBS 510. Now let's do this. These should be function this, and then we'll just duplicate this. Yoink, yoink with this. Boom, boom. Okay. And then everything else is fine. And then we'll grab this, and we're changing between 1 and 3. So 1, 3, and then this is going to be IN 1606, IN 1606, and then this is going to be DBS 510, DBS 510, DBS 510, DBS 510. Okay. Restart, refresh. Okay. Does it work? Input 1. No, it doesn't. Okay. Is it automatically making it a post request? Because that should just work. Like, let me just double check that that works. So, curl the 1 exclamation point. Yes, that works. Okay. Why are you posting a LimeWire link? Like, this is the doc? I both want to click on it, but I also don't. I think I just have to. Oh, man. It seems innocent enough. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, so maybe this. Okay. SIS. Okay, so SIS doesn't appear anywhere. That's weird. Uh, is this just the firmware info? Oh, these are the things that I'm terrified about with the EPROMs. I don't know if this has any SIS info though. Yeah, I don't want that. I do want that. Internet, Ethernet, SSH. Okay, so that's yeah. So what I'm hoping for, Light Demon, is that there is an API very similar to the Extron DVS 510 here. Because to change the input here, literally all I have to do is just CMD equals 3 exclamation point, and then that changes it. If we go back over to control, we can see that that worked. It is the easiest thing ever. I'm hoping that there's something like that for the IN 1606, but I don't know. Okay, what is 500? I don't remember. Um, HTTP 500. Internal error. Okay, so request probably failed. Python get request. Proper way request. Won't see be any better. Yeah. Request get URL. Why is this plural? Request dot get. Okay, so I probably just do get endpoint. And then that's it. Let's try that. 1. Still error 500. E print E. Click. Of course, that didn't work. That would have been helpful. Error name payload is not defined. Oh. All right. Still attribute URL request has no attribute yet. Okay, well, now I don't think I need that. So we're just going to grab this and we're going to put it here, and then it's probably going to work. Although we don't need the payload encode, we're just going to not have a data thing. And we'll try this one more time. And then click. Why did that not work? Click. Command 3. Okay. It's probably still doing a post. Hmm. 200 is normal though, isn't it? Like if I click this one, that's 200. And that's correct because this works. Or, yeah, 200 is normal. Let me just real quick like control F5 this just in case. Check the divs in case they're not sending like the right data. Maybe they're both sending 3. What do you know? They're both sending 3. And hey. All right. Getting closer. Okay, so now I can choose between RT4K here and DVS510 here. And then the DVS510 I can set to S video with that. Boom. Okay, so then it's RT4K. Okay, this is working. Progress. Yeah, Jen, I kind of figured that when it said URL lib, didn't know what I was talking about. But yeah, it's fine. This works. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, now we copy this one for the serial command. So we'll grab this and we'll put this here, and then this one will be crosspoint. Copy, and then what? Control drag copies are so good. Okay, and then I love making functions that are exactly the same with just a different name. It's the best. Crosspoint, no. Crosspoint, and then it'll be just 1 and 2. And I'll turn on the N64. I'll actually even change the input value for the div. Okay. We need the serial port, which is just gonna be, and it's gonna be 9600. 9600. Serial is gonna be, I don't even remember. Qtcom to the rescue. Qtcom. It is whatever one is prolific. USB 0. Dev. TTY. USB 0. Okay. And then we don't need this. Okay. Now, I might want this to actually do something different. Because this gets a lot more complicated. I think I should have this be wrapped already. So let's do SNES and N64. Was there? I'm gonna look up the thing. Python switch case. I remember this is where I looked this up last time. Yeah, that's it. It's almost good. Okay, so we'll match this to SNES and this one to N64. My string is unprintable. You can construct bytes out of strings. I don't need to encode payload for serial. Is my string printable? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's going to be fine. We're going to have to send a bunch of commands too, but it'll be whatever. I don't remember. Do we need a break on this? I think it was like evil and it doesn't. So we'll do Python match case. See what that brings up. PyDocs. Give me PyDocs. Match statements. Okay. You can combine multiple with vertical pipes. They're not showing a break statement anywhere. So I assume they don't cascade. I wonder if you can cascade. Looks like probably not. I'm fine with that. The use cases where you need cascade are just like so rare. Okay, we'll do. We don't even need that. So for SNES, 1 asterisk 2 star. We'll just start with that. And then for N64, 2 asterisk 2. Actually, we'll do this twice. 3 and 3. So it'll switch on both the Extron and the other one. There are reasons that I do with the bytes rather than the byte string. It's kind of a sanitization thing to do this. I'm hard coding a string, so I don't need this, but it's just, it makes it, I prefer this. I'm just going to say it that way. I prefer this. Maybe I'll change it because I'm going to be doing like a bunch of bulk commands for this, but right now I want to leave it. Okay, let's save that, reload this. I have a feeling it's not going to run this time, but it did. Weird. Okay. So let me turn on the N64. Just throw a program together and send it to you with touch panel. Nah, it's fine. Okay. So now if I do input 2, click. Oh, that was sweet. Ooh. Okay. So that's RT4K. Let's try input 3 for DVS 510. Input 1. Okay, this is pretty darn sweet here. That's pretty awesome. Okay. Then it's going to get better, though. Let's do... How do I want to handle this? I guess we can just open more serial devices. Cross. Boom, 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 boom. And then... I think I'm just going to be lazy. I know I said I was going to import this as a module, but what if I don't? RT4K. And then to do, it's like remote. There's a profile 1 kind of thing. Hold on, let's just scroll up. Okay. On click, name, remote, SFX. Yeah, profile 1. That's it. And then let's just yoink. Prof 1. Boom. And then prof 2. So that should automatically send the correct profile to the RetroTink 4K. So let's RT4K. Okay. And then switch to input 2. That didn't work. Input 1. Why? Oh, I know exactly why, because I didn't specify the thing. Was it USB 2 for that? USB 2. No, that's going to be the other Extron. It's not 0. Probably 1. Or is it 2? Let's just try 2. I'm going to assume UART is it, so USB 2. Save. Okay. Run. And input 2. Oh, I think that worked. That totally worked. Oh my gosh. That's excellent. Oh. Okay. So 1 and... Oh, that's ridiculous. That's so nice. Okay. All right, now let's make it more complicated. I don't have a profile for the Dreamcast yet. Okay. Let's add one more button for DC. if input is DC, we're going to have to make a profile 3. And then we're going to route 3 to 2, but then 3 to 4 here because that's going to be RGB. And then we're going to have to do some other stuff. This is where we're going to just start doing some other things here. I'm wondering if maybe now I just start doing the actual like merged things. So let's make one more endpoint because it wasn't complicated enough. Let's call this system. And then these are going to be more along the lines of what the IN6, the Crosspoint one is really doing. But I want the Crosspoint one to stay somewhat simple. So system. All right. And then up here, I'm going to make these.
Subscribed at tier 1. End of line.
Light Demon, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the first time. I appreciate that a lot. I'm having fun here. Now we're at the point where the stuff's actually working and doing stuff. I don't really need this to be like a fancy UI, but we're making progress. Okay, I'm gonna start sending these as system commands rather than Crosspoint down here, and we're actually just gonna get rid of this. We got it all working. The rest of it will just serve as like documentation for myself. So, although you know what, I should leave the IN16 6-1. We just don't want the DVS 510. All right. So I'm gonna get rid of. Hold on, DC. Let's just do that really quick. Yeah, we'll leave that as is. Okay, so system now is going to start merging more stuff. So we'll call. I guess we'll just run this directly, actually. Okay. So SNES for the DVS 510 is on input 3. And that's all we need. I'm going to shorten this up a little bit. Okay. Now time to move it to Electron and run Flask with Pyodite, migrate UI to React. No, absolutely not. Matter of fact, you know what's really great about this stuff being just native web? So here's my OBS instance, and if I disable studio mode and I go to docs and I bring up the RT4K remote, because this just happens to be using the same thing, I have buttons over here, and I can go ahead and click these to switch stuff here. So I can have it integrated directly into OBS, which is just ridiculously cool. So that's the ultimate goal, is to do that. And it just needs to be very plain, simple buttons. It doesn't need to be any more complicated. All right, so same thing here through the power of Stream Deck. I mean, it could be, but nah, I'm good. There's no reason for me to put this in front of the other stuff, actually. I'm going to have it at the end. Put all the weird web stuff as the last thing. Okay. DC is where this gets a little more complicated. This one needs to be set to 5 for the VGA input. And then 3, 2, that will be correct. We don't have a profile 3 yet, so let me define that in a moment. 4. I believe 4 is correct. Let's look at the routing. Input or output 4 is DVS 510 RGB. Perfect. That's what I want. Okay. So I think that'll be good. Okay, let's kill this, restart it. F5. Okay. So input 1, SNES. Input 2, N64. Input 3 will be Dreamcast, but profile 3 does not exist. So let's work on a profile 3 right now. I'm going to grab the actual remote for this. only because I have it. I'm doing this all the wrong way, and my remote software uses the same port. Okay, so there's Dreamcast. Why was I going over here? Grab the controller. Boom. Okay. All right. I'm assuming this is going to make sound, which I want so that I can hear it. Why do I not hear sound, though? Pretty sure I should. There it is. Oh, that's probably loud and annoying for you guys. I'm going to turn that really far down. It didn't even occur to me. Well, we were on the... what you call it? Flashcards. So that was fine. Okay. This is good. Let's go ahead and save this as profile button 3 for right now. Just as like a really basic line profile. Just save as new. Boom. Profile 4 button. This will be profile 4. Perfect. That's all I need. So now we have a profile on here that has VGA set as the input. So I can update that later to make it look fancier if I want. But if I go to DVS 510, ooh, that's wrong. Okay. Why did that not change? So that should have changed to input 5 here, which would be VGA. Okay. So why did that not work? Maybe the Extron errored or something because there wasn't a profile 3. Let's try this. 2. Wait a minute. Control F5. 2. System. Okay. These are crosspoint. Why is it crosspoint and not system? Did I not system? Control F5. Inspect. Event. On click system. Why am I getting... Maybe I need to restart this. Just like 2. That's weird. Cross point. On click system. Oh, okay, got it. Got it. Okay. Input 1. Crosspoint. Dude, what?
PH.V is gifting
Control
5
F5.
tier 1 subs to Tectankis' community. They've gifted a total of 12 in the channel. End of line. PH.V gifted a tier 1 sub to P-Surplus. End of line. PH.V gifted a tier 1 sub to Fluxfleur. End of line. PH.V gifted a tier 1 sub to PDP
Why did that not
Maker.
work?
End of line.
PDHD or PhD in PvE. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate that. Nah, no problem for spamming the deck talk. That's on me.
End of line.
That's my fault. What? No RGB, HD15, no signal. So I thought the profiles set the input. Maybe I'm wrong. Do they not? Yeah, we're on enhanced S video. Do they not? I really thought they did. So if I do 1. Oh, that's not setting a profile. Why is that not setting a profile? Profile 1, 2, 3. T4K. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Well, that worked. That did not change the... This is on profile, new profile 4. This is on new profile 4 again. So it's not updating the profile. Why? Let's try restarting it. Control F5. Input 1. Huh. Let me make sure it's not because the menu's open or something. Although I don't think that would matter. 1. Well, that's weird. Hello, Buttermat. I'm doing stuff you'd probably enjoy right now. I'm doing a bunch of video routing through Extron stuff and RetroTink4K. So I'm trying to set up so that I have, oh gosh, I forgot what the fancy pants name was. Synchros, maybe? I'm trying to set it up so that I can click one button and have it switch multiple input sources between different game consoles right now. And for some reason, the RetroTink 4K doesn't want to play ball. I bet the Extron is. Yeah, so that's all working fine. So I can click between SNES, Dreamcast, and Nintendo 64 down there. Not in that order. But the RetroTink 4K commands are not going through. Also, I'm just going to rename this. SNES N64, and then the only one that deserves having its full name, Dreamcast. Okay. Reboot. Control F5. Okay, so those have full names now. SNES. N64. Dreamcast. Okay, so that all works through the Extrons only. Then I switch to RetroTink 4K. And then SNES, and then it doesn't actually change the profile. RT4K right, profile. Why? This is the overkill web version of programmable universal TV remote. It really is. But I just want to be able to, like, the other reason is that I want this to have the factory reset command for the Extron switch. So when I start this, it's going to send that, and then it will be embedded in OBS, so I can just click one button and have it switch to everything I need. And it doesn't have to be pretty, because I'm the only one who's ever going to see this. But why is the RetroTink not changing? Landed Bad did a gig, rental space, TV, and movie studios. A lot of fun. Building was huge. As we were running back and forth across. Oh, yeah, that can definitely sneak up on you. Oh, why is that not? RT4K. At the end of the function, it should be closed. I'm getting a bunch of new people in here. Elite Warrior, I'm doing good, and Stardust, hello. Or Standard User, I don't know why I read that as Stardust. Does not have to be pretty. Me programming Python script last week only to make the command line interface more pretty with colored output. I've never done color output text in Python ever, I'm now realizing. Hmm. baud rate correct? It is. I'm wondering if I should restart it. Maybe it's something to do with that. I know you can use the remote interchangeably. Actually, let me try something really quick. I'm going to change the default port here to 503. Reboot this. Change that. And then I'm going to go here and I'm going to run that RT4K dash serial dev TTY USB. What was it? 2. Okay, so now we have the remote as well. So here are serial commands. Click. It is not responding to any serial commands right now. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. Okay, so now that's working. So now if I go over here, SNES, that's fine. But did it actually change the profile? Well, that's N64. Hold on, SNES. I think the profile's changing. Menu. That's N64. So the profile itself is not changing correctly. Wait, has it ever been working? Wait a minute. Hmm. Did you guess TTY USB 0? No. I did actually know it was that. Sprint console color commands, huh? Got a Micro Center now. I know I will never get one here. I don't know. I didn't think it was ever going to be one here, but yeah. Streamlit suits your project. You can focus on only what to send serial. Streamlit. I don't know what that is. I prefer doing very barbaric Python stuff with Flask to just make like quickly propped up stuff. I really like it. But Elite Warrior, what I'm doing right now is I'm integrating multiple different video processors. So I have a Crosspoint 300, DVS 510, and IN 1606 from Extron, as well as a RetroTink 4K back there. And there's a whole bunch of video routing for different kinds of video signals. And I'm trying to set up a manager for all of it where I can click one button and have it automatically change all of the settings and inputs that I need to be able to have this stuff work. But it seems like the RetroTink profile command stuff is not working for some reason. Hey, you like the new Micro Center? I've only been to it once. It was good. Is this not working though with that stuff? Remote profile 1. I know what the problem is. I know exactly what the problem is. Plus, new line. Problem solved. Actually, I think I should just get rid of these from here. Many channel points switch Extron to random configuration redeem in the office. Okay, well, in the office, that's not going to do a whole lot here. That could actually be kind of cool. I think there was some new, like, project that came out like a month or so ago where it would allow you to switch inputs and stuff between different things. I could just have the different controllers sitting around for this stuff and then have it be a channel point redeem where you switch which console I see and then I got to switch the controller for that game. That would be kind of funny. Okay, here we go. SNES. We are on the SNES profile. N64. N64 profile. Dreamcast. Dreamcast profile. There we go. That's it. Oh, I guess in this case, yeah, I could have put it in the command string. I'm just used to that being a variable. I know I'm a monster. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, that is sweet. That's so nice. Ready to use scaffolding on the web page. Don't need to write the whole HTML. I mean, I didn't have to write a whole HTML here. I don't have like half of the stuff you're supposed to. Or just don't put doc strict and it's fine. I don't mind doing the HTML stuff. That's going to allow me to do any kind of prettying up later if I want. Like I could embed an image in here for like an actual console icon or something. So, let's see, hold on. It's possible to expect all the commands be sent separately. Oh, okay, yeah. So I did figure it out there. It was just me being dumb. I forgot how that one works. The Extron does not need a new line character. RetroTank does. It needs all this JSON stuff. And in fairness, I really didn't think we would. Also, though, we haven't gotten to the JSON stuff yet. But I'm wondering if maybe I just don't bother because no one else is going to care. Like, I don't think there's going to be anyone else who is going to use this. So I may not just bother making it configurable. Let's just have it be hard-coded. You vote for don't bother? Yeah. You care about the JSON stuff? Tell me one thing about JSON. Yeah, it owes me $12. Okay. All right. And then the other thing, we can switch between the RetroTank and the Extron. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, it's so nice. Okay. Because ideally, I'm going to be able to take the RetroTank 4K to the office every now and then to do some VGA capture stuff with. If it's like a really critical thing, and I don't just want to use like the in-wall cabling because that adds some ghosting, especially with higher resolution stuff. That adds big issues. This will allow me to do on-site VGA capture with all of the tuning stuff that I want. I just have to have my USB HDMI capture card. Change library to use EEPROM, store data. Helicroft, oh my gosh. You know what's really funny about that, Helicroft? We go back to the Hydro Thunder stuff, okay? They made a library to change to using a hard drive to store data instead of an EEPROM, and then they wrote at the last sector of the hard drive for the high score table and configuration stuff for the Hydro Thunders. See, once I had a project for work, go between a room reservation system, access control system, and all the room reservation data came back as JSON. It's pretty straightforward. JSON is great. What I would do here, if I was going to get fancier with this, is I would have JSON data that I could load where it would have like the serial port for the Crosspoint and the serial port for the RetroTank 4K, and then the IP for the DVS 510 and the IP for the IN 1606. And then it would load all of that data from the JSON file. And then if something changed, I could change the JSON file instead of the actual code, which would be a lot smarter. But I don't really need that. So why bother? That's what I'm currently thinking. So I can also change these to say RetroTank 4K and Extron scalar. And then that makes it way more obvious exactly what I'm doing. So I can choose the scalar and then I can choose the source. Extron versus RetroTank. This is super nice. And yes, it is an in and out shirt. It was mostly that it was a clean shirt. Okay. We have an hour. We can make the code not completely suck, I guess. Usually at this point, it's just like, oh, it's done. Finally, we can end stream. But now we could actually put some more effort into it. That's Dark Reader off, right? Yeah, I must be setting some other stuff. style sheet nonsense. If I clear this, clear button, background color. Why is the text being made weird? All right. Take far more than an hour to make it not suck. Nah. We can definitely change some things in here to make it not suck. So these are all functions in Flask. Web interface. Do I want to... Let's make a... Okay, what can we do to make this not suck? Well, first off, I can switch to something else that's not making sound in my ears. Okay. Trying to think of what I want to do here. I think a command for RT4K to wrap the serial port stuff makes sense. And then a command for DVS510 to wrap that makes sense. So I think maybe I should rename these functions to web underscore doodad. Web. Rename these. Web. Okay. And then I can have a dedicated function, def cmd rt4k self cmd. And this is going to be the most brain dead simple thing, because we're just going to copy one of these and one of these, and then this will make more sense why I do the that stuff, because now the command is going to go here, and then even if something bad sneaks in, that'll be fine. And then up here, I'm going to start to be all fancy like serial underscore RT4K. Start to break this out slightly. I'm not going to get too crazy here. Okay, we're just going to make it so it's not completely idiotic. All right, and then we'll do self serial RT4K. Boom. And then we can do self dot. I almost typed that correctly. That. All right. That'll be profile 2 and profile 3. And I'll probably break this out more. And I'll have a dictionary where it'll just match DC, and then there'll be an RT4K profile command and a DVS510 input, and then the crosspoint stuff. And then, surprise, I made it a JSON file anyway, because it's just the sane way to program this. So that should work. Let's go ahead and restart it, make sure that it still functions as expected. Roll F5. You're on SNES. We're on 64. Let's switch to SNES. Profile loaded correctly. I'm just gonna load the 240p test suite because this does dim the screen. Python is fine. Just throw more RAM cores at it. Yeah. Well, Cody, you'll definitely like what I've been doing today if you haven't been able to catch stream. So I now have a web UI here. I can switch between the RetroTink 4K, which I'm currently using, and the Extron DVS 510. And then I can switch between SNES, N64, and Dreamcast. And this automatically manages all of my Extron crosspoint routing nonsense. And it's simultaneously changing the profiles and inputs and all that fun stuff for the RetroTink 4K at the same time. So I'm able to just click buttons and have it switch and do all the stuff. So I'm currently making it slightly less stupid, so I don't have to have things like, the URL requests all here. So let's go make a command function for the DVS 510. DVS underscore, no, wait, def CMD underscore DVS 510. See, is line 282 needed? Hold on. 282. If you're thinking about stuff like that, probably no. 282. It probably just changed. I don't know what 282 was. Self, CMD. Probably whatever it was. No. The answer is most likely no. Now 284. Well, guess what? It just changed again. I just need to interface with SNI, read from the header, determine the game type, load the relevant OBS scenes. Oh, we're getting closer, but that'll probably be something else. Okay, so that is command DVS 510. Maybe I should wrap that as input, but you know what? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so now we just do this is system self dot command DVS 510 3. Okay, then I should string that. Hold on. That's going to be a number, and it's going to be all cranky. Like, you can't put a number. Actually, does a number work? I don't remember. I feel like with being an F string, it should just know a number. So let's just leave that. So 3 and 5. So we just leave 3 here because it's the same input. And then this is VGA, so it has to go to input 5. Okay, let's try this. Control F5 just in case it matters. Okay, we're on SNES, N64, and then Dreamcast. And then that was nice, but that was all the RetroTink, so that didn't actually change anything. Okay. Boom. Perfect. Okay, that'll work. We'll take that. Reduplicating RetroTink command for Dreamcast with 2 commands. RetroTink command for Dreamcast. 2 different. Okay, so the way that it's working, these are going to the cross point. This sends it to the RetroTink, this sends it to the Extron. Then this configures the RetroTink, and this configures the Extron. So the cross point is the single source, but it's also a splitter, so it can send the signal to 2 different places. So it's doing that. This is not needed here. But yeah, so that might be what you were talking about. I don't know. Oh, unless it was that line that I just blindly deleted there. Yeah, that might have been it. That was probably it. Okay, I also don't need... I do need that. Let's get the cross point wrapped now. CMD. Cross point. And just grab one of these as a sample. And then CMD becomes just this. Boom. Okay. Oh, that's so much longer. Self dot. Hold on. Apparently I didn't grab the whole command name. There we go. I mean, I guess that is technically shorter. Okay. 1, 2, and then 1, 3. And then I will delete them all in a moment. I just want to get them copy pasted. 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, and 3, 4. So the RetroTink has basically a VGA port that it takes all of the inputs on, and then different pins are used for different things. Um, so S video, composite, component can all be input over that port, and that allows you to have a single connector that goes to it for all of the things, which is really cool. So I don't need to route different inputs to the retro tank in the same way that I do for the DVS. Although the IN1606 kind of works the same way, I just don't know the pinout. It might be the same as a retro tank as a standard, I don't know. Okay, Extron, SNES, N64, Dreamcast. It only does a fade out here because it's actually changing inputs. It doesn't between the SNES and the N64. Okay, retro tank, Namco, 64 with profile, and SNES with profile. Okay, that's all working. Use Python without having to import Boto 3 and run every task. Oh my gosh, yeah, what is this madness? I know, through the magic of just thinking, you can do crazy things. All right. Now, where's the cloud? Yeah. Now let's do this. Self dot config equals, it's dictionary time. It's actually going to be a list, but it's like a big old thing of stuff. Okay. So, actually, no, let's make it a proper dictionary. That would actually make more sense. Arizona doesn't believe in clouds. That's it. Yeah, we can't use clouds here because they just evaporate. I like that more. SNES. Okay. So, sub dictionary. RT4K is. Actually, let's just build this down here while I'm being lazy, and I'll move it back up there. Look outside. I've heard rumors of the fabled weather that's coming, yes. Okay, RT4K is remote profile 1. And then DBS 510 is 3. And then this is where this gets interesting. Crosspoint will actually be a list. And then it's just going to be all of the inputs. So it'll be this and this. And all this work, we're about to make all of that go away now. As you can probably get what I'm putting down here. Hey, Charles. So, this will be N64. It'll be profile 2. And this will be Dreamcast. And it will be profile 3. And then this is input 2 and input 2. All that stays the same. This is input 3. And this is 3 to 4. And then it is input 5. I'm going to continue to leave that there, but I'm going to put it up here. That way I don't have to think about it. Oop. Save. Okay. Then, match. Oh, you know what? We just do this. Let's see. Self dot config command RT4K DVS 510 just gets DVS 510, and then for CMD in self config cross point Send CMD. All right. You know what? Let's just call this a tie just to be safe. And gone. They should end with a 3. 1 by 2. Hold on. Three goes to DVS 510. 2 goes to, yeah, you're correct. Okay, one of them should. This is a 3. That's a 3. There's also going to be a 1 and a 1 here. Yeah. Okay. Except this, not there, goes up here. So 3 and 3. Good catch. But I'm going to be adding more of these because this one will also have, as an example, this, which will send it to the television. And then this will have that, which will send it to the television. And then this one gets a whole lot more complicated, but we'll get to that in a second. Okay, will that work? Let's find out. We unmatched. No. Where was that? It was down here. We just don't need that, maybe. Okay. Control F5. We're currently on RetroTank. Just do Extron. Extron RetroTank settings work. Okay. Then we're on SNES. Do N64. Beautiful. Profile loaded. All that fun stuff. Dreamcast. All that changed over correctly. Switch to Extron. That's correct. N64. That's looking good. And SNES. That's all working perfectly. Now, verify the TV works when switching between the SNES and the N64. Because we did just add that. Boom. And N64. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Look at it. Just click. Click. Yeah. Okay. Such a video switching setup. Love it. Yeah, it's really nice. Okay, let me walk you through how we do Dreamcast now, because it's a bit of a thing. So let's detach this really quick. Actually, we can just vertical split. Okay, so we go to routing. Okay, so you want to get a VGA outputting Dreamcast to display on an RF only television. Well, let me tell you, it's quite the adventure. So to do this, we input Dreamcast into DVS 510. Beautiful. But then we have the crosspoint. Now the crosspoint gets an input on input 11 that is a composite converted output of the DVS 510. So we need input 11 to go to output 1. This might work. We need this to be an additional one though. Let's find out. Input 11 to output 1. Trying to think if that's it. So we input. That might do it. Let's find out. Restart. Okay. Dreamcast. No. That did work. That's Dreamcast on there now. It gets a little wonky, but it is possible. So RT4K. Let's just go ahead and switch here. Shouldn't the second one be like 3, 2? So hold on. Let me run through this. 3 is Dreamcast RGB, goes to output 4, which is DVS 510. 1, 2. We actually don't need this at. No. 1 is. Oh yeah, that's wrong. Hold on. We need 3, 2. Yeah. Okay. Kill that. Restart. That's so flickery. Ugh. It's almost like you're not supposed to do this. Dreamcast. Boom. There we go. When adding any other Sega systems, so the plan is to only ever have 3. The TV's about to explode. You can't see. Yeah, just it cranky. I don't know what the deal is here. It hasn't been this bad in a long time. I'm gonna shut it off. How's it working now? Magic Value Rat's Nest, but surprisingly understandable one. Yeah. So that works. That's everything I need for this. Okay. VJ pinout is in the 1606 manual. I suspect it is, yeah, for figuring out what the other random ports are, but I don't really care. Oh, this is so nice. But why is it breaking? I have no idea. I have tried to figure it out, but I don't know. Outside of like just recapping the whole thing or pulling the caps off one at a time and individually measuring them, I don't know how more or how else I can determine what the problem is. That's awesome, BG Ira. Congrats. All right. Anything else here? I'm sorry, Bagheera. Okay. Yeah, at this point, we could just add a basic JSON loader and then have the JSON file as an argument for the web server. This is like done. Yeah, this rocks. Okay. Um, we still got 46 minutes? How? 36 minutes. But still. Ooh, there's a thing I need to do. There is one additional requirement. Okay. Or we need to be able to send a command to the crosspoint. So we need CMD crosspoint. How do I put in escape symbol in a Python string? Because we need to do Z, X, 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 but this has the escape thing at the start of it. I want to factory reset the Extron every single time I start the software. Python escape in string. And you can grab frame over serial, even if it was crazy slow. You could have thumbnails for each input. Realistically, you would have the consoles on, but imagine, yeah, it would be possible, yes, but definitely not, no. Although, you know what I could do, Cody? You're going to 2 separate inputs. If I captured the Extron independent of the retro tank, I could have the Extron cycling through different inputs, updating thumbnails automatically in the background while the retro tank is like the primary scaler. It would totally be possible. Because it would just be this column here, the 2 inputs that would change. I would have to hook up the Black Magic capture card because I'm using the Magewell one right now, but it would be possible. The main downside is that I don't have a second HDMI run.
Enough yet. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Reinventing slow scan TV, yeah. So possible. I'm not going to do it because it would require more hardware, but it would be possible with how I have this right now. Okay, what was how do you do Python escapes? Python escape character. Okay, but like actual escape. Backslash, single quote. Yeah, but actual escape. How do you do? Oh, are they Geeks for Geeks? One of those evil sites that uses JavaScript to hold you hostage? The Extron web interface gives you a preview. You could also scrape the static images it generates. Oh, it so does not give you a preview. No. Okay, apparently I should just import regular expression, then use RE escape. So let's just do that, maybe. Import RE, and then we'll just try re.escape, and we'll see what that does. Or use the hex code. Oh, that would work, yeah. Can't wait for this to be integrated into the Twitch chat so we can vote on which input to use. Maybe, but it would be points, not in votes. Although votes would work too. It could be either, really. I mean, all right, let's just try that. Let's see what happens. Okay, so in theory, when I run this, I think we'll see SNES. Let's find out. Okay, did not like that. That would be because of the colon, so that's fair. Also, I should add a self dot and then get rid of this. Man, I was just all kinds of messing that up. Okay, try it one more time. Okay, really didn't like that. Function and string. Well, I thought that was okay. What's the hex for ASCII Control Z? No, I'm not making it free commands, Cody. All right, ASCII escape character. Octal 33, okay, and then we look at how we do hex code. One of these websites, I think it was Geeks for Geeks, where they were trying to trap me there. I wouldn't actually show the hex code for that. Okay, X, that, okay. So we do this 33, and we just get rid of that. 1B is escape? Oh, what was that other thing? 1B. Okay, let's try that. Get out of here. Okay. Boom. And I'm not sure that did anything. Yeah, I don't think that did anything. Oh, wait, we got no output. Okay, that's a good sign. SNES. Okay, I think that worked. Yeah, it's just slow. Oh, that's perfect. I would say that would be fine on this system, Cody, but I do actually have some SATA hard drives in here. So that wouldn't be a great idea. I was like, what am I hearing in the background? It's because of them on Dreamcast. Keep forgetting. That one's actually making sound. The other two are not. All right, that'll work. So restart it, and we'll lose output because the Extron is restarting. It's just slow. I'm going to watch it this time. Okay, well, lost output. I didn't see it blink. I'm going to...
in your head are saga. End of line.
I guess it doesn't react over there. That's weird. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Maybe it's my package arriving. I wish. I bet it's not. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off all the Extron stuff. Oh, it's so warm. Oh my gosh. Turn it back on. which will put the cross point into bad state. It can no longer be manually adjusted on the front panel, and all of the inputs are now going to be whatever random nonsense. It might want a fan. What are you talking about? It's fully enclosed in a solid, like, shelf. What's the problem? The left side even has, like, 2 millimeters of clearance for airflow. It's brilliant. Okay, so SNES, that's what I would have expected. Now we do N64. It's perfect. That's exactly what I need. Yeah, that's it. It's golden. If somewhere we're cold where the heat output is a bonus, yeah. It's not like it's warm in Arizona, so no problem. Yeah, it's working. What was the fix? So Curlon, I cheating. I'm remote controlling it by having written software to control it. I still have all of the exact same problems as yesterday, where when I first turn it on, it won't work on the front panel. So I have the software now, which will send the factory reset command on boot. And then I have basically configuration events here that are pre-programmed to switch between different sources and set up everything so that I don't have to go over and push buttons like a monkey. So not fixed, just worked around. But worked around in the way that I always wanted it to be. So everything I bought here, I bought because I knew I could do this kind of stuff with it. I've just never bothered. But now it's like actually beneficial. There is one other thing I need to add to this, and I'm not exactly sure. Maybe some of you guys who do like smart home nonsense DIY can give me some pointers. What is a Tasmota or maybe ESP Home? I've never used that, so I'm not as familiar with it. But a firmware reprogrammable power strip solution for this. Yeah, X10, I'm not completely against, but I don't think I really want to go that route. But I want at least 3 output controllable power switch or strip, and I couldn't find a great one to use for this. Tasmota compiled just last week. Yeah, Tasmota works fine. The reason I need this is because that would allow me to turn the consoles on and off remotely. The reason that I need that is mostly for the SNES, because we go to that. All right, let's say I want to exit the 240p test suite. If I go over and press reset, that's reset. It just reloads the ROM. To switch games on that, you have to turn the console off and back on. So that's why I put it on the power center down there, so that I can use the external power button rather than hard cycle the Super Nintendo itself. But it would be really cool if I could just do that from the computer. So if anyone has any recommendations, yeah, ESP32 plus relays, that is literally what every single smart outlet is. There is zero reason to build that yourself. Like literally, that's all they are. Crack one open, it's an ESP32 or a cheaper one, and relays. That's it. S on off 4-channel. Let me look that up. Oh yeah, I have X10 stuff. It's just I don't know that I want to go that vintage. What if you already have 8 relays and an ESP32? Well, that's on you. I'm not doing that. There are things I don't mess with, and mains power is one of them. Okay. That's okay. Oh, that's not quite what I was thinking. Speaking of not messing with mains power. I would do that by cutting the ends off of extension cables and just running them in. I'm not really ultra crazy about that. Is that one programmable? Or with Tasmota? It's at least ESP Home. It's probably the same as a bunch of other names, isn't it? Mains power is only half so diddly as our mains power over here, which is good. ESP Home is similar open source project. Okay, I've just never used it. That's the only reason I wouldn't. And I like how you linked to Micro Center because that means that I could just go get it now. Also, that says they're out of stock, so I can't just go get it. So it'd probably be Amazon. 0 in stock at Phoenix Store. Doesn't even mean they ever had them. I don't like how it doesn't show the price when it's out of stock. Yeah, as long as I can do HTTP stuff, like we conquered post queries today, kind of. So maybe. All right. I have an 8-channel relay board because I was going to do something goofy with all the lights in my garage, so I'd just be lazy. Gosh. Yeah, I do have a serial X10 controller and some modules for that, but it's not a super convenient solution. The main benefit to that is removing Wi-Fi congestion, but that is not currently a problem for me. Yeah, no, that is super duper overkill, Mr. Hack. Certain appliances mess with it. I haven't encountered that. And trust me, I would know because my internet goes through something that's X10 controlled. Because I restart the modem so often. I've never had it just shut off at random. All right, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and commit this. We didn't end up using the RT4K submodule, so bye-bye. Okay. Git status. All right. Deleted, just git rm dot git git modules git rm rt4k remote. Okay, git status, and now it should just be untracked files, no commits. Yep, git commit, git add video route, git commit, and init git. No, there's no git push because I haven't made a repo for this yet. Let me just do that really quick. This is the only computer that's ever going to be used on, but I figure why not? Video route Extron. Actually, my own complicated video routing setup. Create. Push existing. Just copy all that. Up on there. Whee! Okay. And it's on GitHub. Okay. That's repo, please ignore. Yeah. Desmond has an entire selection. Yeah, last time I looked at that, they were all like European ones, or just I couldn't find any for sale in the US. And their website sucks. You can't search through it because it only, like, look at this. So you can't search because it loads ad hoc. So it's impossible. Like, look at the scroll bar changing because it's loading more stuff in down below. So you can't just search power strip or something like that. Really annoying. And then power strips, Euro, Euro, Euro. That one maybe US, US, available from Amazon, configuration. Oh, maybe. There we go. Let's see. Not currently available. This is the last time I looked, it wasn't that great. Use as a base for my next project. First step, delete everything as it won't be that it used to be. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's a lot of plugs and very cheap. Why? 6 smart outlets, 4 USB ports. Crazy. Maybe. And it's ESP home. Right, there might be some options. 8 ports is so many ports. Individual relays per port, or is that only 3 switchable ones? That makes sense. Or 6 switchables. Okay. That's not bad. That is a contender. I will add that to my Amazon cart so I come back to look at it. Yeah, I think that one's probably a winner. It's bigger than I really want. How much time do we have? We have enough time. You guys want to try swapping the VCR in for the modern S video modulator? I kind of do. This is going to be wonky. Whoa. That's fine. Don't worry. Nothing happened. Well, you have a second VCR and a tape with Macrovision. I do have a tape with Macrovision. So the VCR I'm putting in, I have already labeled as Eats tape. So we're not putting the tape in that one, that's for sure. All right. This is going to be one of those fun times where I have to remember how to use the VCR for this kind of stuff, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Button, 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 and button, button. Okay. Audio's going to suck. Sorry. Nothing I can do about it. All right. Let me do. I don't know why it's not letting me. There. Sure. Okay. Freak jump scare? Weird. I don't know why. Oh, probably. Yeah, I know. Okay. I'm just going to shut all that down. Modern RF modulator. So I want to replace this. So we just yoink, 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 and it's replaced. Okay. So I have composite and S video here. I have S video in there, and then 2TV over here. That's basically it. I'm just going to take power and I'm going to plug it into the power strip down here, and then we'll see if this works better than that other RF modulator. Now, that other RF modulator is wired into this so that it's turned off when I'm not using it. This power strip is always on as a bypass in case I'm doing something with the game consoles and I want it to be on. Now, I don't remember how this ends up working with the output. So let's see what we get on the CRT. Static. Is it using channel 3? No. Okay. We're on channel 2 or inputting channel 2. 4. Switch on the back. TV out. Channel 4. Okay. now how do I set the input? Menu? Oh, there's menu. Oh, that looks excellent. That looks super good. Okay, now to figure out how to use the inputs. Oh, you know what would help is if I turned on the video stuff. I'll give that a second, then I'll restart the video routing software, and then that'll work. Yes, there is a Game Boy camera. Okay, man, that looks so good. So I'm using a very particular coaxial cable that has really good shielding. It's kind of awesome. Any exciting explosions? Thankfully not. We're going to try the TV here. My VCR, let me turn that down so it's not quite as explosively blue. Okay, everything should be set up. Let me start the software. Add video route. No, that was wrong. I want to start the software. Video route. Okay. SNES. See what that's like. View 1 is going to, that's close enough. Okay. In theory, this should be receiving it. So channel, I think that would be it, right? Hmm. What we got? Auto timer. The close menu. What do the buttons do? So eject, ED, VCR. Okay. And I don't know what that does. That's play length. How do I do S video in? Of how TV shaped the Trinitron is, isn't it? It's so good. Dumb question. If I just switch to Dreamcast, which is composite, will that work? Okay, hold on. Let me really quick switch to the retro tank to make sure all the routing is working correctly. No signal. Well, that's not a good sign. Oh, wait, there it is. So that is working correctly. Okay, now for giggles, N64. Well, the crosspoint input's not quite correct, so that's cool. But as long as everything else is working, whatever, that's fine. We should be getting S video to that. Why are we not? Or why is the thing not working the way I would think it would? TV's behaving, though. That lends credence to my RF modulator bad idea. Hmm. Just as a check, I plug this here, this here. Yeah, so the other RF modulator, it's all set up. Everything is routed correctly. I just need to figure out how to set the S video input. Menu. Rear aux port. S video. Ooh, that kind of sucks. Well, all right. Um, okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, so I don't know if you can tell this through the phone. I'm going to set this to pro video mode, which is going to desaturate it here. Okay. So I'm doing this intentionally because the saturation is just less on this. And I suspect the color is just going to be better. So color, black level, color bars. Okay. Well, that was, color bars with gray. No, I don't want that. Just color bars. There we go. Okay. So So I see individual steps. Green, these are bleeding too much. I can't see the steps. Green is good. I think I see steps up to about here. But all right, my black level is a little low. I'm gonna increase brightness, which is like a gamble on this, because brightness knob, yeah, it sucks. Um, Come on, knock it off. Stop it. Want a little more. Right? No, too far. Still too far. Yeah, right where I want it, of course, is the bad spot. Okay, right there. That's perfect. Okay, so we leave that. And color, I think right there. That's ideal. Okay. So I don't know if you can really tell the saturation level here, but there is VCR. And there is RF modulator. The RF modulator is so oversaturated. So I can also see the bleed here. So I don't know if that's coming across too well on the camera. I think it might be. The A is bleeding. Oh, it's so much better here. Yeah, this kills that thing. Okay, so SVHS VCR for the win for RF modulating. No, what I need to do is I need to get that pod like accessible and then put some deoxit in it, but it's really, really buried in there. Yeah, that's definitely the solution. Okay, so I will integrate that VCR, for sure, because this is so much better. So for giggles, route, not view, two, two. Oh, because the cross points USB adapter is wrong here. Okay, hold on. Let me load QCOM. I want to try and send it N64 video. Which one's prolific? One is prolific. USB one. Okay. And that is to be expected. Now, N64. Boom. USB timeout. Furious. There we go. I'll switch you back to on color mode. There we are. And then let's reload Mario 64 because we looked at that to see high contrast color. And let's compare how that looks. I do see some chroma bleed still. Very definitely. Let's see how bad it is. Maybe it's just the TV. I feel like that's not as bad. It's definitely there. But I don't think it's as bad. Phone, come on, don't do this to me. You know how frequencies work. Okay, video. Hold on. Let's do it this way. And then one. There. Okay, no, that's still not working. Okay, how about 1/60th of a second? There. Okay. Let's compare color bleed now. So it looks like there's about, I don't know, maybe 3 sub-pixels of color bleed there on the VCR. Well, it's hard to tell because the saturation is cranked so high on this. Maybe it's the same, but the saturation's just killing this. I'm guessing that's it now. Yeah, you can see how much brighter that. Yeah, so it's a saturation problem. Okay. Yeah, that's night and day. That's not even close. Okay. I wonder. Um, it's a real shame. I got to go through the menu to pick composite. So if I do that, and then I switch to Dreamcast, which is composite. There we go. Let's zoom that out. What's that looking like? That looks incredible. I want to say there's color bleed, but there's color bleed both ways, and composite sucks. So actually, the Namco looks really good. That looks sharp. Yeah, I'm convinced this VCR is the way to go. Yeah, that looks super good. Definitely some bleeding on time up there. Hard to tell. I keep turning down the brightness of the monitor, trying not to overexpose it, but it's a balance because if I turn it up to where I would actually want to use it, then the phone will adjust. I don't know, whatever. We should wrap up stream though. We are at time. VCR is definitely the way to go, so that's good to know. All right. Okay. Shutting it all down so I can't forget. All right. Why did that not work the way I thought it would? Button. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right, so we got the software written. We can, yeah, that's what I'm doing next, Hecubus. We can control the Extron over serial and network, which is awesome. It's working out pretty well. I'm just gonna have to make sure I stay on top of what the serial device names are. The IPs will stay the same because I can lock those. I might be able to. Yeah, I can use USB device by path for the serial devices. That's easy. It's not like the same problem with the video on OBS where it doesn't like stick around. Super annoying. Anyway, boom. There is now a video you can go watch on the main channel. It is on the world's first portable touchscreen. And with that, it is outro time. All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I have no idea what I'm doing tomorrow because I keep getting denied my capacitors. So I don't know. We'll see. FT Prog, I posted in live. TV changes names. FTDI. Okay, I'll take a look at that. So we'll see what happens. If I get the package delivered today, definitely tomorrow we're gonna go work on the deck rider. But yeah, I'm not sure what tomorrow holds, so we'll find out. But that's gonna be it for now. If you want to go watch Ben, click his username there. No. Yeah, do check out Ben. Gonna go do weird BBS stuff, sounds like. Could be interesting. Yeah, or you could go watch my YouTube video I just released. But that's going to be it for now. If you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like the ones that I wear when I'm not at home. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time. I do actually have a new printer video now. I just haven't rendered it for this, so maybe someday.